没事。为黑夜带来伤口。结束了，我们回去吧。最佳搭配，
演奏开始，现在是演绎开始。
站在那里别动！
让素娟为黑夜带来伤口，自会在严寒中绽放。
神奇的时间到了。
没事。为黑夜带来伤口。
慢慢，现在是眼看调，线上终结。
素娟，
我就是黑暗。
战斗是为了让明天远离痛苦。算他们的罪恶吧！自会在严寒中绽放。
我敢为你手下留情，我看到你没什么问题。
慢慢，现在是咏叹调的时间。
战斗是为了最佳搭配。没事，没事。最佳搭配。黑夜带来伤口。没事。
全部摧毁！
线上终结。其实不是出于勉强。
战斗是为了让明天远离痛苦。为黑夜带来伤口。现在还不能。自会在严寒中绽放。
这种
黑夜带来伤害。
没什么问题。站在那里别动！
给你上辈。
作为队长的话，
我已经看到了你的破绽，
能得以长眠。
对视，冷静思考，
看来只能紧急处理下来。
突发奇想的一笔，随意挥洒，自由创作，不怕失误。画布准备好了，用这份色彩重启未来。
看来要着力。 觉时间到了，
我已经看到了你的破绽。
出发期小的一笔。
上睡觉时间到了，就此巨毙，闭上眼睛，睡觉时间到了。
出发期小的一笔。
这次没打算先睡下。
睡觉时间到了，就此巨毙，闭上眼睛，吸吧。
这次可没打算先睡下。
领队师跪下，要看看我实现范围。
出发期小的一笔。
冷静，这一击将开创胜利的道路。
出发期小的一笔。
看来要早点解决了，就此巨毙，闭上眼睛，安息吧。睡觉时间到了，
我已经看到了你的破绽。
能得以偿补。
出发期小的一笔。
体内的
看来只能紧急处理下。
出发期小的一笔。
冷静，
随意挥洒，安拉流画布准备好了。哈！用这份色彩重启未来。属于我们的故事，现在才刚刚开始呢。
能得以偿补。
我已经看到了你的破绽。
随意挥洒，火花失误。安拉流的
看来只能紧急处理下。人仙梦家伙，
画布准备好了。哈！用这份色彩重启未来。
领队师不跪下。黑色之内的攻击要离开我们视线范围。
随意挥洒，敏感爆。
我已经看到了你的破绽。
看来要早点就此巨毙，闭上眼睛，安息吧。能得以偿补。
我已经看到了你的破绽。
就此巨毙，闭上眼睛，安息吧。
随意挥洒，自由创作。画布准备好了。作画失误。作画时间。
这一击要开出胜利的道路。
随意挥洒，自由创作。作画失误，想象力在此不明，画布准备好了。作画时间，
贪婪之力，
用这份色彩重启未来。
我已经看到了你的破绽。
作画失误，
看来要袖子巨臂，闭上眼睛，看希望。
能得一逞。
触发起小的一笔。
没打算先睡下。
思考，
随意挥洒，自由。作画失误，灵感爆发，画布准备好了。用这份色彩重启未来。
我已经看到了你的破绽。
看来要早点解决了。这次我可没打算先睡下。袖子巨臂，闭上眼睛，看希望。闭上眼。这次可没打算先睡下。袖子巨臂，闭上眼睛，看希望。
临贵身份，不贵子。之内的攻击，
看来
这一击开出胜利的道路。
随意挥洒，画布准备好了。用这份色彩重启未来。作画失误，
看来要早点解决了。这次我可没打算先睡下。能得以偿颜，袖子巨臂，闭上眼睛，看希望。能得以偿颜，杀手。
睡觉时间到了。
看吧，这次可没打算先睡下。扫射袖子巨臂，闭上眼睛，看希望。看来可以。叫
之内的攻击，
非常出色的战术。
塔对面。
你们的时间由我指，无路可退。
看来只能紧急处理下来。星梦将，
到此为止。
看来只能紧急处理下来。
在时间的尽头，湮灭吧。
像人偶一样轻易的，真梦必须扫除一切障碍。真梦
看来只
目标锁定，最高火力覆盖。推演完毕，指挥官。小问题，集中注意力。
看来只能紧急处理下来。星梦将，
无路可退。别想逃出我的视野。生存的概率，
看来只能紧急处理下来。星梦将，
别想逃出我的视野。小问题，集中注意力。
是主人。
在时间的尽头，湮灭吧。无路可退。
真梦，没关系，痛苦是必须的。
目标锁定，最高火力覆盖。
真梦，你们的存在毁灭了主人。
上
目标
就此拒毙。闭上眼睛，希望大的之下，击杀能得一处。
是主人。
推演完毕，你们的时间由我掌控。
是主人。
别想逃出我的视野。别想逃出我的视野。
看来只能紧急。
是主人。
生存的概率可归零。在时间的尽头，湮灭吧。别想逃出我的视野。
就此拒毙。闭上眼睛，安息吧。睡觉时间到了。看，
像人偶一样轻，真偶必不可以越过这里。
推演完毕，
看来只能紧急处理下来。
是主人。
别想逃出我的视野。生存的概率可归零。
真偶，你们的存在毁灭了主人。
拒毙。闭上眼睛，安息吧。这次可没打算先睡下。睡觉时间到。
目标锁定，最高火力覆盖。
击杀
是主人。
归零。
像人偶一样，人偶。是，主人。没关系，你不是必须成熟。
就此拒毙，闭上眼睛。上，这次可别打算先睡觉。上，
目标锁定，最高火力覆盖。
像人偶一样亲你，没关系，痛苦是必须承受。
无路可退，你们的时间由我掌控，别想逃。
是，主人。
无路可退，别想逃出我的视野。无路，生存的概率此刻归零。小问题，集中注意力。
是，主人。
在时间的尽头湮灭吧。
刚才要早点解决了。可别打算先睡觉。这次可别打算先睡觉。
小问题，集中注意力。别想逃出我的视野。我可没打算在这里结束。
人偶必须听，不可以越过这里。人偶，扫除一切障碍。你们的存在毁灭了主人。
刚才要早点解决了。这次可别打算先睡觉。就此拒毙，闭上眼睛。
你们的时间由我，别想逃出我的视野。
看来只能紧急处理下。生猛将，
别想逃，生存的概率此刻归零。小问题，集中注意力。在时间的尽头湮灭吧。
像人偶一样亲，人偶必须听话。没关系，痛苦是必须承受。不可以越过这里。人偶必须听话。扫，
看来只能紧急处理下。生猛将，
你们的存在毁灭了主人。
上，
目标锁定，最高火力覆盖。推演完毕，不管我们会赢下这场战斗。小问题，集中注意力。别想逃出我的视野。 别想逃出我的视野！
是主人。
我可没打算在这里，在时间的尽头湮灭吧！
刚才要早点起来，能得以偿还。真是香。睡觉时间到了，这次可没打算先睡觉。
像人偶一样，人偶，我可以越过这里。没关系，痛苦是
目标锁定，最高火力覆盖。你们的时间由我掌控。别想逃出我的视野！我可没打算在这里结束。
主人。
生存的概率可归零，在时间的尽头湮灭吧！别想逃出我的视野！小问题，集中注意力。
主人。
你们的时间由我掌控。
看来
是主人。
别想逃出我的视野！生存的概率可归零，在时间的尽头湮灭吧！别想逃出我的视野！
像人偶一样，只有你们的存在，毁灭了主人。我可以越过这里，人偶，没关系。
目标锁定，最高火力覆盖。
这次可没打算先睡觉。能得以偿还，就此拒毙。闭上眼睛，希望。
目标锁定，最高火力覆盖。
像人偶一样，人偶必须扫除。没关系，痛苦是必须承受的。
小问题，集中注意力。
看来只能紧急处理一下。听梦想，
生存的概率可归零，在时间的尽头湮灭吧！无路可退。小问题，集中注意力。我可没打算在这里结束。
看来只能紧急处理一下。听梦想，
别想逃出我的视野！生存的概率可归零。小问，
主人。
就此拒毙。闭上眼睛，谈希望。这次早睡早，看来也许早起不了了呢。
你们的存在毁灭了主人。
在时间的尽头湮灭吧！ 时间，
看来只能紧急处理下来。轻猛降，
生存的概率可归零。
作为队长，
随意挥洒，想象力。
我已经看到了你的破绽。
家留下精髓，体会到了吗？
我已经看到了你的破绽。
杀手，这次可没打算先睡下。能得以长眠，
我已经看到了你的破绽。
出发起小的一笔。
要你肉体，看来
出发起小的一笔。
体内的攻击。
画布准备好了。用这份色彩重启未来。想象力再次共鸣。
就此巨毙，闭上眼睛，吸吧。这次可没打算先睡下。
只要你用系统体内的攻击，
看来是
出发起小的一笔。
这一击将开拓胜利的道路。
随意挥洒，自由想象力，画布准备好了。嘿，用这份色彩重启未来。
能得以长眠，睡觉时间到了。就此巨毙，闭上眼睛，吸吧。能得以长眠，这次可没打算先睡下。
灵感，作画失误。画布准备好了。用这份色彩重启未来。
领队身体，锐气，体内的攻击。
看来只能紧急处理下来。真轻猛降，
出发起小的一笔。
这一击将开拓胜利的道路。
臂，闭上眼睛。
冷静思考，这一击开创胜利的道路。冷静思考，
看来只能紧急处理掉。
出发去小的一笔，
采取后备方案。
画布准备好了。用这份色彩重启未来。
看来要早点解决了。袖子巨臂，闭上眼睛。希望
这一击将开创胜利的道路。
看来只能紧急。
出发去小的一笔，
冷静
出发去小的一笔，
袖子巨臂，闭上眼睛。希望这次可能打算先睡觉。睡觉时的
我已经看到了你的破绽。
闭上袖子巨臂，闭上眼睛。希望
出发去。
这一击将开创胜利的道路。
随意挥洒，自由创作，想象力再次动起，画布准备好了。哈！用这份色彩重启未来。
看来要早点解决了。
领会胜利不费劲。冷静思考标准。
看来只能紧急处理下。一阵匆忙的降临。
思考，这一击将开创胜利的道路。
看来要早点继续杀人。
我已经看到了你。
袖子巨臂，闭上眼睛。希望能得以长眠，真是幸运。
出发去小的一笔，
袖子巨臂，闭上眼睛。希望
想象力再次共鸣，画布准备好了。用这份色彩重启未来。属于我们的故事，现在才刚刚开始呢。 有的时候会这样抱住邦比娜塔。指挥官不会睡着吗？主人经常会这样进入小憩，是邦比娜塔哪里？
我想为你赢取所有的。
露西亚随时。 猎物的味道。你要往这里逃吗？颜色，我很喜欢。你要往这里逃吗？懂了，要留点活口。猎物的味道。你要往这里逃吗？撕开它们！爪子，撕开它们！颜色，我很喜欢。爪子，撕开它们！颜色，我很喜欢。爪子，撕开它们！你要往这里逃吗？猎物，逃吧，逃吧！猎物，逃吧，逃吧！往这里逃吗？颜色，爪子，撕开！不吃，不要慢下来！你要颜色，爪子，你要往这里逃吗？爪子，撕开它们！你要往这里逃吗？爪子，撕开它们！你要往这里逃吗？颜色，我很爪子，撕开它们！爪子，撕开它们！颜色，我很喜欢。爪子，你要颜色。我很喜欢。懂了，要留点活口。猎物的味道。颜色，我很爪子，撕开它们！颜色，你要往这里逃吗？爪子，撕开它们！颜色，我很喜欢。你要不吃，不要慢下来！你要往这里逃吗？猎物，逃吧，逃吧！ 懂了，要留点活口。
Even without the
It's the real Commandant. Buddy, do not attack. Its designation is Snore. Noctis suggested calling it Yorgovich Paustovsky, but I thought Snore suited it better. A new one just flashed through my mind. Is this some kind of experiment? I think Buddy is starting to like you too. You look exhausted. Need Buddy to freshen you up. I can help too, if you don't mind. 以前の実験データによると、接続時間はもう限界。早く接続を切るべきだと思う。やあ、レイブン隊の指揮官。
制裁を課します。意味のない行動です、指揮官殿。来てくださったんですね。どのくらい待っていたのかって私は気にしていませんよ。この私を攻略する気？ハードル高いわよ。何かがあるなら直接言ってほしいの。どうしたの指揮官？私に話したい秘密でもあるのかしら。ぼーっとしてる指揮官も面白いわね。指揮官？不意打ち禁止。Hold on, Commandant. Don't move. Hold this position. Steady. Almost there. Done. That image should give me plenty of ideas.
here you are. How weird that I don't want to close my eyes. Accuracy, range, ammo capacity. That's a reliable gun. I gave you a break. No, I didn't. Sleeping and cuddling every day? How much did Kamui tell you? Forget those ambitious goals. You gave it to me, so it belongs to me. Don't give the same gift to someone else.
今回のプレゼントも君じゃないの？今の僕には自分一人の長い眠りから目覚める理由がある。お返し。君の目の前だよ。こんな高さで、こんなサイズ。見えるよね。
Here's my gift for you in return. He's this tall, this big, and right in front of you. See? It's mandatory sleep time. Good night. Can you dream about me? Since you promised me, isn't it time you give me what I want? Okay. Don't move.
言尽一闹。醒来是你，入梦是你。好梦。我确认，我没有说错。我竟然会因为只能梦见你这件事而感到困扰。
お前がここに来るのを待つのが俺の唯一の楽しみになったね。出発しようか、指揮官。
Ah, that felt so good.
俺は艦船隊だから、自らお前に会いに行くことはできないし、ここで待つしかない。あまり長く待たせるな。今日、ここに泊まるつもりか？カムイも知らない子守歌を歌ってやろうか？先ほど任務中に少し居眠りをしていたよな。仕方ない。残りは明日にしよう。俺にプレゼントを送るっていうのは、俺からも何かをもらいたいってことだろう。言ってみろ。
You're sending me gifts for a reason. Trying to get something out of me, yeah? Just spill it.
いいだろう。お前のことを指揮官だと見てやろうじゃないか。昇格者は俺みたいにこの世界を嫌っているわけじゃない。だからこそ気をつけろ。
万物は進化し続けるが、宇宙の物質の総量は永遠に変わらない。誕生には死が伴い、消滅と同時にエネルギーが生じる。何かを手に入れれば、いつか必ず代償を支払う。指揮官、奇跡の裏にあるのは、想像を超えた対価です。
第一次知道末日要担任三头犬小队的指挥官，真是吓了我一跳，非常担心他能不能应付得来那群队员。但看来是我想多了，他一直在成长。不过比起三头犬，我还是更喜欢灰鸭。哼，也许是因为你不会踩到会议桌上跳霹雳舞。剩下的工作交给我，你先去休息吧。不许反驳，我可不想看到我的指挥官顶着黑眼圈出现在公共场合，影响舰船美化，有碍观瞻。指挥官，指挥官，唉，果然是累得睡着了，手还抓着战术中断不放，连睡着都这么不安稳。至少换个更舒服的地方睡吧。唉，真是，好像又醒了。
指揮官。指揮官。疲れて寝落ちですか。戦術端末もつけっぱなし。落ち着いて寝られないのですかね。寝心地のいい場所に運んであげましょう。本当に。
How do you always know what I want at the moment? I suppose.
どうして指揮官はいつも私の喜ぶものがわかるの？違う。指揮官がくれるものだからなのね。
あなたの命令は聞けないかも。でもあなたは私に服従よ。これがあなたと並び立つための条件。誘ってるの？自分のことを切ってくださいって。指揮官？指揮官？指揮官？ずっとこう呼ばれたかった。でしょ？
Commandant, Commandant, Commandant. You've been longing for this, haven't you? I'll take this. And would you kindly also hand in all the stuff you got for the others?
Oh, dear me! I seem to have tripped and fallen. Now my frame is going to stop functioning, and there's nothing I can do other than wait for you to help me. Stop being ridiculous? I thought you were looking forward to scenarios like this. Oh, look at you sleep. If you knew that I was holding your hand right now, what would you do in your dreams? What excuses should I make when you wake up? Or perhaps you would allow me to continue holding your hand?
「あんたがいないと全てが偽りで止まってるようだ。だからね、偽りの時間を無駄に過ごすだけ。長く感じるはずがないよ。
早安，你肯来这儿，那看来今天我也不会虚度。所以，有什么需要我们一起实现的目标吗？
Let me handle the fighting! The very thought of fighting next to you sends energy coursing through my body!
「まだ倒れるわけには。やめてくれ、メガネが落ちてしまう。待って、メガネ外さないで。ちょっと待って、目を見せて。口を開けて。昨日は何時に寝た？君ってば。寝てるのか、忙しいのか。まあ、こうして君の背中を見てるのも悪くないかも。ああ、君が置いていった絵筆で絵を描いていたんだ。大したものじゃない。ただのひまわりさ。君のことを思って描いたって言ったら、信じてくれるかい
？You have been through so much despair and malice, but you are still so kind. I think that's highly remarkable. You've been looking down for so long that I can hear your neck cry. Crack, crack. Good morning. Do we have any missions today? Commandant, here is the list of missions for today. Ready when you are.
How can I make you take the break that you really need?
这一击将开拓胜利的道路。
私の視界の外へ行かないでください。これも訓練の一種ですか？もっと見たいです。いえ、プレゼントではなく、今見せてくれた笑顔のことですよ。なぜって、私にとって何よりも大切なものですから。お返し、ちゃんと用意しないといけませんね。
You might as well make yourself into a statue and hand yourself over to me. I will display it somewhere conspicuous in Kowloon. I jest. You are best teeming with life.
Kiryu の主であるこの私を待たせるなんて、いい度胸だこと。いいですね。珍しいものを選ぶことに関しては、センスがある方ですね。
不错，在挑选珍品上，你还是有些眼光的。睡着了吗？那么，就让你休息10分钟吧。你来了。吃饭了吗？怎么？我问这种问题很奇怪吗？这是感染体袭击吗？得先让子民们避难。你不知尊敬为何物吗？文书工作交给我来处理。怎么？你是在小看我身为城主的能力？不是，那还不快去休息？先说好，仅此一次。
約束したよな。挨拶なしで離れたらデコピンだって。はあ、ほら、手加減するからよ。 形のない形に、式のない式。さてと、今日のやるべきことを確認するぞ。
Let's see. Maintenance, snacks, mental health compensation. Well, seeing how we're good friends, I'll give you a discount. This should be nothing to you, right? Yeah, coming. You keep rubbing my head and I won't grow taller. Commandant. Commandant? Commandant. Huh. Nope, it still feels weird. Think I'll just call you by your name.
I want to hold you. Why? There are no particular reasons. I just want to do it. Feeling your temperature through an embrace and learning more about you is important to me. Very important. The lonely jade flute awaits a soul that can appreciate her melody.
Routine just leads to a boring life. But imagine that I'm around you every day. Doesn't seem so boring, huh? It settles it. So, what's on the agenda for today, partner?
おい、もっと笑った方がいいぜ。お前の笑顔が気に入ってるんだ。おそうだよ。似合ってるぜ、レイブン隊の指揮官。その仕事を終えたらそろそろ休もうぜ。後で体を動かすぞ。疲れた？何言ってんだよ。長時間座ってるからこそ運動するんだろ。行くぞ。もっと強くだ。飯食ってねえのか？傷跡は男の勲章だ。戦闘中の怪我はいつものこと。俺はそんなやわじゃないが、お前がそんなに心配するんなら、これからは気をつけるよ。勘弁してくれ。もうそんな顔しないでくれって。
あなたが暗闇に落ちて、すべての希望を失ったと思うとき、私の名を呼べばいい。あなたのそばで、共に進む道を切り開く。あなたも私と戦う気
？I've got your back. A promotion? Thank you. Hi there. Grab a seat. I'll be with you in a second. Just gotta get this fixed up. Thanks. This gift is very thoughtful. Commandant. Commandant? Weird. I could swear I just heard you. Your connection time has exceeded your capacity today, Commandant. Please make sure you get enough rest. Welcome back. The support force awaits your order. Is this some kind of prank? What? Oh? Are you interested in my modification station, Commandant? This is a set of tools used to modify race cars back in the Golden Age. Why were vehicles used for competing instead of transporting? I bet you didn't know that auto racing was a popular hobby. Did you?
battlefield shall witness a fresh victory. Pays off. I no longer fear death. Now or never. Here. Pave the way forward! Pays off. Hard work pays off. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I no longer fear death. Strength of an unwavering will! This dispute is to be settled. This dispute is to be settled. This dispute is to be settled. Never give up! This dispute is to be settled. Never give up! This dispute is to be settled. This dispute is to be settled. Now or never. More than ready. Never give up. This dispute is to be settled. Never give up. Now or never. This dispute is to be settled. Never give up. Pave the way forward! Come on. It's not our style to stop now.
Toast the night with the glow of twilight. You will find this dream intoxicating. Toast the night with the glow of twilight. You will find this dream intoxicating. Everlasting strings. Roaring melodies. The constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Stilled spring. Shattered illusions. Its resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions.
melody has come to an end. Did you enjoy my performance? Toast the night with the glow of twilight. You will find this dream intoxicating. Everlasting strings. Beat. The constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Stilled springs. Shattered illusions. With resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions. Warring melodies. Beseech the constrained stilled spring, shattered illusions. Stilled spring. With resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions. Everlasting strings. Beseech the constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll. Stilled spring, wail in despair. Shattered illusion, stilled spring. Wail, shattered illusion. Shattered illusion. Still scattered with resounding echoes will annihilate all vain illusions. Warring melodies, everlasting strings. The melody has come to an end. Did you enjoy my performance?
Face the combined will. Of how long? Follow me into the frozen depths of eternity. Your futile struggle is pitiful. In an icy embrace, all lives shall fade. Their voices hush. In stillness laid. Your futile struggle is pitiful. Follow me into the frozen depths of eternity. Follow me into the frozen depths of eternity. All paths end as one. Together, we shall witness Kowloon's future. Face the combined will of Kowloon. This is your last chance. Follow me into the frozen depths of eternity. This is your last chance. Follow me into the frozen depths of eternity. Your futile struggle is pitiful. Follow me into the frozen depths of eternity. This is your last chance. Follow me into the frozen depths of eternity. Trick. Tala trick.
best character. I am so excited for Noctis. Oh my god. Where are the sound effects? He doesn't have sound effects yet?
春めく季節に叫んだんだ
Hey Waffle Gang, I do hope you're well. My name is Mark, and today we're checking out some more Reddit stories. And if you do love a Reddit story, why not consider hitting that like, subscribe, maybe that notification bell too, and let's crack on with today's first story. Much love, guys. Now, today's first story comes from Whole Pomegranate 5342 from the True Off My Chest subreddit. And before we do get into the story, I do want to give you a warning that it's talking about a terminal illness within the story. So if you do want to skip the story, please feel free to do so. Timestamps are always down in the description and along the timeline below. Thank you. Now let's get started. It's titled, My Parents Tried to Screw Over My Dying Stepmother. Blew Up All of Our Lives Instead. Throwaway for obvious reasons. My 17th female stepmother, Jane, is a wonderful, wonderful woman. She and my father got married when I was 4, and she's been a rock in my life ever since. My mother was always my primary caregiver, but up until that point, her relationship with my father was acrimonious, and I basically never saw him. Jane was the reason they developed a stable co-parenting relationship. She encouraged everyone having a good relationship with each other and was always there to support me and my mum when things got rough. Jane was always a really hard worker. When she met my dad, he was living out of a hotel, and my mother was doing everything in her power to keep me away from him because she was petty and angry that the relationship didn't work out. Meanwhile, Jane had a great job, a nice house, helped my dad get back on his feet, negotiated a visitation schedule with my mum, who hated her for a long time, and made sure my dad sent us money every week because neither one of them could afford an attorney to negotiate child support payments. Jane had no reason to do any of these things, but as I got older, she made it clear that she loved me as much as she loved my half-brothers, who were born a few years later. I even had my own room in her house because at the time we lived with my grandparents / various boyfriends of my mum, and Jane felt that I needed a more stable environment than that. She's like the opposite of the evil stepmom. When I was 15, Jane won a big lawsuit against an airline company and got awarded upwards of $1 million. She used the money to build a sizable trust fund for me and my brothers so that we'd be taken care of later in life. Despite having a lot of money, she still wanted to live a fairly modest life. So she paid off the house she has and has been living there ever since with my dad. Sure, she bought a new car and they went on a few nice vacations, but she didn't blow all her money on stupid things, which I respected. About a year ago, things started getting really weird. Whenever I saw Jane, she seemed to look sicker and sicker, but no one would tell me or my brothers why, even though I knew they knew. All I knew is that she was at the hospital a lot. Around the same time, my mum has been coming around my dad a lot more and acting really strange, basically like she was trying to romance him. Whenever Jane was in the hospital, my mother would insist on spending the night at their house and playing mum to my brothers, which was so weird to me because she never liked them or Jane. She'd be the perfect little housewife, and my mum is not like that at all. It was super fake. Worst of all, my dad started falling for it. I'm not stupid. I'm pretty sure they were sleeping together. I tried to shield my brothers from it, but they're not dumb either. I tried talking to my dad too, but he insisted it wasn't like that. And a few weeks ago, my mum started talking about all the places she'd like to visit, how she wanted a new car and was looking to invest. Which is weird because my mum has been a bartender her whole life and has lived paycheck to paycheck since before I was born. She was acting like she was about to get a lot of money, which started to make me really suspicious. Between Jane being sick and my mum acting all nouveau riche, I had a lot of questions. I finally decided to visit Jane in the hospital and ask her about my trust fund. I found out that if anything happened to her, that my dad would inherit all the money, including full control of the trust for me and my brothers. She asked me why I was so interested in the trust fund, so I told her what's going on with my parents and how my mum has been acting with my dad. I didn't want to, but after everything she did for me, she deserved the truth. It really hurt me to break her heart like that, especially once I found out she was basically in hospice at this point because of irreversible kidney failure. She's only got a few more months. We both cried so much. Then 2 days ago, everything came to a head. My mum stormed in furious and started arguing with my dad. Apparently, Jane met with her lawyer and changed the trust so that my dad would get nothing and all of the trust would be controlled by my step-aunt. She demanded to know how Jane found out about their relationship. I came out and told them that I told Jane everything. I told them that if they wanted to play stupid games, they would win stupid prizes, and that I wasn't going to let them screw Jane over after all the help she gave my family when she didn't have to. My mum slapped me, and my dad just looked so defeated. Then my mum told my dad that she didn't really love him, that she was just pretending to so he would marry her and she could get all the money. The worst part about it is that my brothers witnessed the whole thing, and now on top of their mum dying, they have to deal with a cheating dad and his vindictive ex. Our whole family is in ruins, and I feel like it's my fault, even though I know it's not. Yesterday, I visited Jane again and told her about the fallout. She apologized and said that she had to dissolve my trust fund to make sure my mother didn't get a hold of the money, but that as her oldest, I will inherit the house/property after she is gone, and that's worth more than the other two trust funds combined. My father won't get anything because she's going to divorce him before she dies, and honestly, I'm happy for her. She made me promise to take care of my brothers and told me that once I turn 18 this summer, I can kick my dad out of the house if I want to. And I fully plan to do that, by the way. I haven't talked to my dad since, and I can't even look at my mum. I can't believe they would conspire to do this to Jane after all this time. Just proof that they deserve each other, and I'm embarrassed that they are my parents. Once I turn 18, I'm going to cut my dad out as much as I can and cut my mum out completely. I hope she rots. Meanwhile, I'm going to try and be at the hospital as much as I can until Jane passes away. Anyways, I just needed to vent. I'm really messed up about the whole thing and I feel super betrayed, although I can't even begin to imagine how Jane feels. I'm going to be so fucked up when she dies. I can't even think about that right now, but at least she's not surrounded by people who just want to bring her down. Thanks for reading. Edit. Some people are asking a lot of the same stuff, so I'll just clarify here. My brothers. My plan is to use some of the estate money, fight for guardianship for my twin brothers so that they can live in the house while I kick my dad out. If I can't get guardianship, then I will have to let my dad stay in the house. However, once I turn 18, I will technically be an adult, so even if my dad leaves, I'm still legally able to be responsible for them. The only thing I won't be able to do is stop him from taking them if he leaves, but they will be 18 in 6 years, so even if they do have to leave, they will always be able to come back whenever they want. In a perfect world, my dad would just leave and let my brother stay with me, which I'm sure my bio mum would be very supportive of because right now she hates all of us, and I doubt that will change anytime soon. The trust. From what I understand, my brothers will inherit 1/3 each of the estate, and the remaining 1/3 will be used to keep the house running until they turn 18. After that, it will be up to me if I want to keep the house or sell it. At that point, my brothers will still have money left in the trust, so they can branch out or do whatever they want. Otherwise, I will not sell the house and just pass it on to them, or keep it and maintain it myself, and they can just stay with me as long as they need to. Edit to the edit. So I just spoke to Jane and she told me that the reason she dissolved the trust is because originally it was going to be split 3 times between us kids, and my dad would inherit the house. She dissolved my third and switched it over to make it take care of the house maintenance, and instead put the house in my name so dad wouldn't get it. Plus, by doing that, at least financially I'd be getting a much bigger share. The house is worth about 1.5 times the amount of my brother's trust. I just wouldn't be able to do anything with it until my brothers are 18. Which I'm totally cool with. Sorry if I didn't have a better answer, but I'm just trying to translate what she told me. My parents. The big fight happened on Sunday, and I haven't spoken to either of my parents since. I think they're both at my mum's place right now, but that's fine with us because we're all still mad at them, so they can stay gone for all we care. I know technically that's not legal to just leave us alone, but I've been taking care of my brothers for over a year. I can handle a few days while he gets his shit together. Screw both of them. Hope that clears up some stuff. 17 years old and dealing with all of this. My heart goes out to you, OP. I am so sorry you're going through this. And to your brothers as well, of course. And your parents have just failed you miserably. Your mum just sounds like an absolute selfish, cruel individual. And your dad is no better. Cheating on Jane when she's going through what she's going through. Yeah, it's unforgivable. A couple of comments on this one. So the first one says, I'm so sorry you're going through such a hard time, OP. The most important thing you've inherited from Jane is a strong moral compass. You could have taken the easy road and ignored everything your mum and dad were doing, but your compassion to Jane is proof you take after her the most. Ah, that's a lovely comment. OP says, thanks a lot. Yeah, when my mum was yelling at me, she asked why I couldn't keep my mouth shut and mind my business. I told her because Jane raised me better than that. Nice. And that's when she slapped me. I feel like she's always been threatened by Jane, and that was just proof. Here Beth says I would scream, ooh, touchdown. OP says, lol, that would have been funny, but at the time I was more worried about keeping my brothers out of the argument. Not that it worked, but I tried. Lightning Shark says, you're a good kid. I'm sorry you're losing the only parent who ever really cared. Jane was meant to be your mama. Opie says, thank you. I felt like that periodically over the years, but Jane always insisted that she didn't want to replace my bio mum in my life because a girl's relationship with her mother is important. I guess she didn't realize that I already had one. So 3 months later, OP comes into the post to update and says, hi guys, it's me again. A lot of you asked me for an update on my situation with Jane and my family, so I've come back with a few things that have happened since I initially posted. We'll try to organise this in a way that addresses the major points of last time. Jane is still alive and doing surprisingly well considering the circumstances. She's always been a fighter, and although her disease has been progressing, she keeps a positive attitude with everything that's going on. She says she's grateful that she was able to see everyone's true colours before she passed, so she could go into the next life knowing the truth. We've become so unbelievably close in the past few months, and it's getting harder and harder to know that she's getting close to the end. She doesn't ever talk about it though, and I know it's because she doesn't want to hurt me, but we both know the situation, so we're just making the best of our time. I'm also not being completely transparent about all of the drama at home, but to be honest, I don't think she needs to hear all of that. We did end up having that surprise celebration of life that I planned. A lot more people showed up than I thought, but they all got an Airbnb near the hospital where Jane is, and were able to take her out and spend some time at the lake near the facility. It was super low key, which I know Jane preferred, and I was able to get her old college friend to come after I found him on LinkedIn, lol. We had food and there was music and we played games and it was overall a really great time, except Jane started crying at the end, but she promised me it was just because she was grateful. Oh dear. My brothers are also doing okay. My aunt, Jane's sister, is currently paying for them to go to therapy, and they've become a lot more open about talking about the situation. They just turned 13, but a lot of the time it feels like I'm talking to actual adults. Lol. They've become really independent lately, in a good way, and aside from me driving them places, I don't really have to do much for them anymore. Their grades aren't super great, but they're not failing, and considering the circumstances, it could be a lot worse. They still hang out with friends, and I'm keeping an eye out for depression symptoms and stuff. The situation with my mum is as funny as it is embarrassing, to be honest. She spent a few weeks ignoring us, and then she tried to crawl back into my life, basically begging me to let her move in because her lease is about to expire and she has nowhere to go. That convo went about as well as you'd think, and she ended up calling me an ungrateful bitch, and that I couldn't just ignore her because she's my mum. I told her to get out of the house before I called the cops and to go back to my dad, who at that point was only coming home every few days to check on us and grab some clothes. After that, she tried coming back a few times, and when I wouldn't open the door, she would lose her mind and start yelling through the neighborhood. After 3 instances of this, I finally called the cops, but because I'm 17, he told me there's a possibility that I would have to go home with her since technically I'm a minor and need to be with the custodial parent. I told them no way, because I was the only one watching my brothers at the moment. That led to a whole thing where after a few hours my dad basically showed up and I was allowed to stay there because there was finally an adult present, and I'd basically lived there for over a year. After the cops firmly told my mum that if she keeps showing up and causing drama, my neighbours confirmed that she'd been there a few times screaming, that they would arrest her for trespassing since technically it was Jane's house and not hers. She left and hasn't tried coming to the house anymore, but for a while she would call me constantly telling me I owed her all kinds of stuff. She's now blocked on everything, and anything she needs to say gets filtered through my dad. As for my dad, well, since he's basically required to be here for another 2 months until I turn 18, we've basically just avoided each other. It's not too bad though, because I've been heavily relying on guilting him for everything to get my way. For example, he was going to contest a divorce, but I threatened to kick him out when I turn 18 if he does that. So he just signed all the paperwork for a quickie divorce, and basically doing whatever Jane tells him to do. I don't openly disrespect him or anything. He's still my dad, but I've made it clear that I have no intentions on doing anything he says ever again, and he doesn't fight me on it. Most of the time, he's just in his room, and sometimes he'll go back to my mum's, but only for a day or two before they argue and she kicks him out again. Lol. I haven't decided whether or not I kick him out yet, and we haven't talked about it either, so I'm kind of playing it by ear. As for me, I'm handling everything as good as I can. I found a new job where I make a little more money, so I've been focusing on saving as much as I can, and just being there for my brothers. Between working in school and visiting Jane, I've been so busy I haven't really had time to stop and think about everything. But I know it'll come. One of my friends has really stepped up and helped me manage everything. I'm super grateful to him for being there for me and my brothers, so we'll see how that goes. Anyway, I wish I had something more exciting to share, but that's what's happened since my last post. Thanks again for all the support on my last post. So a couple of comments from the top on this one. Absolution says, holy shit, I remember your first post. This is such a big pile of horse crap to be dealing with. You sound so incredibly mature and like you're really taking it in stride. Your parents have really failed you and your brothers here. I'm so proud of how you managed to step up to the plate and hold your ground against him. I'm still sorry you have to be the next best adult in this scenario. It's also great to hear that Jane is still alive and that you guys got to do a celebration of life with her. I can only hope, when I'm at my own end, to have people who love me this dearly and this deeply. Hope you and your loved ones are able to make some more happy memories with her. Opie says thank you. And I promise that as long as you're a good person and work to make the lives of those around you better, instead of being a burden, you have many people around you who will love and cherish you. Traveller says, Jane was a wonderful example for you and raised you well. I'm so sorry you've had to deal with all of this. You're so young. There should be a carefree time in your life. However, I'm glad your brothers have you. Curious, does Dad and Biomum work at all? Or they just mooch off Jane and others? I mean, seems like they have a lot of time on their hands to do nothing, but be horrible people. Opie says, hi and thank you. Yes, my Biomum works as a bartender most nights. He's been working at the same bar basically my whole life. As for my dad, he works in industrial sales. He makes a pretty decent living, but I think most of his money recently has been going towards my Biomum, as he never seems to have money to do anything anymore. Lol. And like that comment said, it's so incredibly sad for OP that this is a time where they should be carefree and living their life. I couldn't imagine be doing something like this at 17 years old. But like the comment said, OP sounds incredibly mature, and I'm so glad that those brothers do have OP in their life. She sounds like a wonderful person. The same with Jane as well. And I'm glad Jane is doing as well as she can in this situation. Incredibly tough. And there was a part that did bring me to tears when you were talking about Jane and you had this celebration of life, and at the end she shed a tear. It gave me a memory and a flashback, and look, I'm not trying to take away from your situation, but just trying to relate in a way. Well, with my dad and his mesothelioma, when basically he was going downhill, he wasn't able to walk, he had no strength in his legs anymore, you know, he was just basically a shell of a man. And we got him like this little scooter so he could go out, and we all decided as a family we're going to go for a walk one day, and we went to a local university park, and we're all just strolling through, talking, you know, just trying to be normal, not trying to make it anything like this is the last time we're going to see you or anything like that, because in a way that was one of my worries going into this walk. But you know, we couldn't stop getting together just because of worries and stuff like that. It was very open in the way we talked about death and stuff. So I remember my brothers, my nieces, and my sister-in-laws, and we're having some selfies, which happens when we have family get-togethers. It happens naturally anyway. And we was having one with my dad, and I remember just seeing the tear rolling down his face, and oh my word. And before his cancer, I've only ever seen him cry once in my whole life. And it was those sort of moments, although it was a lovely walk and it was a happy time, it was those moments that sort of hit me the most, because you can't control what's going through his mind. And my mind used to play games on me, like, what's he thinking? Is he thinking about that, you know, he's not going to see his family again in the future? And which is really painful, isn't it? It's a painful thought. But in that moment, you know, as a family, we just hugged him, gave him a kiss, told him that we loved him, we're here for him no matter what. OP's story definitely brought me back to that moment. But now, I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Put yourself in OP's position. 17 years old. You think you'd have been able to deal with something like that when you was that age? I couldn't imagine it. But let us know your thoughts, and just a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart for getting involved in today's stories. Your love, your support, your time always means the absolute world to me, so thank you so much, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Take care, and much love. Hey Waffle Gang, I do hope you're well. My name is Mark, and today we're checking out some more Reddit stories. And if you do love a Reddit story, why not consider hitting that like, subscribe, maybe that notification bell too, and let's crack on with today's first story. Much love, guys. Now, today's first story comes from a throwaway account from the Am I the Arsehole Here subreddit that says, Am I the Arsehole Here for telling my boyfriend that his daughter is not allowed in my apartment because she does not stop smuggling peanuts in. I can't have any contact with peanuts, and I'm terrified of them due to some bad experience with me ending up in the hospital. I have my shots now on me all the time. It's not exactly airborne, but I could have irritation, and if I, for example, touch something that could have been in contact with peanuts, I could have swollen eyes and an itchy nose and throat. Ingesting is fatal. She is 14 and has no respect whatsoever for my anxiety. My boyfriend and I moved in, and she lives with us every other week. Now, I told my boyfriend that I don't want her here because she is not respecting my boundaries. That I understand that he doesn't want to live with me. In that case, we could revert back to him being with me when he doesn't have his daughter. He got very upset because he said that he loved me and wanted a real relationship and to live in one home. So I told him that maybe he should be with someone who isn't allergic then. He thinks I'm being very unfair. He said, well, she'll probably hate the next one too, and the next because she wants her mum and me to be together again, so it wasn't me specifically that she dislikes. I said that maybe he needs to take a break from dating then until she is on board, but he said that he couldn't be single just because his daughter wants him to. Before me, he was single for 6 years, and that wasn't good enough. Before we decided to move in together, we have done some trial living together, and never once did his daughter do anything about the nuts. But now 4 months, she has always peanuts with her. I don't know why she is doing this. I thought we were cool. She just smirks and says, maybe if you're so allergic, maybe you ain't meant to survive. A stand-up comedy bit from Louis C.K. Now for me, I kind of had the feeling it was going to go down the allergy line, and you're not the arsehole whatsoever. He told you that you're being unfair for protecting yourself from someone who's trying to intentionally do you harm. And my biggest worry is that, you know, she's so blasé about this, that she's one of these people, and I know it's going to sound ridiculous, but doesn't take your allergy seriously and possibly doesn't believe how serious your allergy is and is going to test it at some point and put a peanut in something that you're going to eat, and then there's going to be devastating consequences from that. And dad is not respecting it, and at the same time putting it on you. You need to ask yourself, is this what you want from someone in a relationship? But ER vet surgeon says not the arsehole, but you need to leave this relationship. She thinks it's funny and he doesn't care. The amount of disrespect for your health is amazing. Rule says this. He's allowing this instead of getting to the core of it and putting the child in therapy where she clearly belongs. She's plenty old enough to know this can kill someone, and to have complete disregard over this shouldn't be overlooked. You may love this guy, but I'm betting you love breathing more. Wandering Gemini quotes that last bit and says this: you cannot love someone when you are dead. The boyfriend doesn't seem to realize how serious the no peanuts thing is. This is non-negotiable. Your home should be your safe space. She doesn't respect that, and he doesn't hear you, or doesn't care enough. Throw them out, OP. Sweeper of Chimney says not the arsehole. She's all but said she's attempting to kill you with peanuts. Quoting a comedian doesn't make it funny or acceptable. He hasn't bothered to search her and divest her of the nuts when he picks her up either. OP says he offered this as a suggestion. Visitation before she entered my apartment, but I don't want this kind of life. I was fine only seeing him on his weeks off, but I understand that he wants something more permanent than meeting every other week, so he probably should find another woman. Substantial Shoe says you are definitely not the arsehole. Self-preservation is always a good thing. You deserve to be cherished and celebrated. She's willing to murder you to force her parents back together, and your boyfriend doesn't give a shit about you if he allows this. ETA, please keep track of your pens. I keep having flashes of the scene from Hand That Rocks the Cradle. Oh, that movie, man, that was always a flashback. The nanny emptied all of the boss/mum's inhalers. That and the post about the boyfriend hiding the OP's pens and trying to feed her what she is allergic to. And one more comment which says, I'm sorry. His daughter smirks and says maybe you're not meant to survive. And he thinks you're being unfair. Wait, my bad, very unfair. He essentially thinks you need to suck it up and risk death because she'd probably hate the next one too. Honey, kick that mess to the curb while thanking whatever higher power you might believe in that this brat hasn't managed to send you to the hospital. Peanut allergies absolutely are not something to mess with. Emphatically not the arsehole. So OP comes in with her update and says, hi everyone, thank you so much for really caring about a stranger with a dilemma. I was glad that I wasn't wrong in my guts. I told my boyfriend that I wanted to break up. He was very sad and tried to reason with me. He suggested that we could live separately. His daughter will soon be an adult. I told him that being 18 doesn't guarantee that she leaves the nest, nor that he stops being a father either. Anytime she should come across hardships and wants to move home, and she needs to find that home, she couldn't have it with me. And about living separately, while it is fine now and some few years ahead, what about the future? He was silent and listening to me. I felt overwhelmed because I love him. He said that the only way his daughter will be happy is when he is alone. She's in therapy, but she has not shown any regards for her father or his life. She seems to not see him as an individual with feelings. He's just a father. I didn't know what to tell him and just said that she probably needed time to grow up. Until he moves out, his daughter is not allowed in my apartment. She called and threw a tantrum about her father choosing me instead. That she has the right to live with her father every other week and this shouldn't change. I didn't say anything. They need to fix this as a family. I'm not part of this family anymore. He rented his apartment for a year's contract, so I don't know how he will manage to find a new or terminate the lease so he can move back to his old apartment. Anyway, he's staying here for a couple of months. I'm very sad that this beautiful relationship has come to an end, but I need to think about myself now. A couple of comments from the top of that one. Anuj says, know you made the right choice for you, your health, your safety. As someone said in your other post, you may love him, but you probably love breathing more. I think you're right about his daughter never accepting his partners. He needs to address this with her in therapy. I hope her therapist knows about the peanuts because her behavior is truly disturbing. I'm so sorry your relationship had to end. And Commercial Ask replies to that one saying, I feel so bad for you and your boyfriend. I feel like he is stuck between a rock and a hard place regarding his daughter. I know people are saying that he should discipline her or this and that, but it sounds like it wouldn't work and that she would likely escalate. I work with kids like her. Hoping her not being able to live with her dad the next few months will be a wake-up call for her, but in my experience, I doubt it. Good luck to the both of you, especially him, as he has to deal with the fallout. Not your money, not your circus anymore. And for me as well, I think Obi did absolutely the right thing here. Imagine living in your own home, knowing someone might be sneaking peanuts in, could be doing anything, and has that kind of attitude towards you as well. Doesn't care about your safety to the point that something really devastating could happen. That's no way to live in your home, your own safe space like that. That's terrifying. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story. Now, our next story comes from the Relationship Advice subreddit from Old Cranberry 2783 and says, my husband says our house will never be mine. How do I move past this? Me and my husband have been married for almost 1 year and have been together for 7. I work a job in media where he works as a therapist of sorts. We've been living in my inherited home that has been in my family for many years. Over the past few years, we have both agreed the house and the location is just not ideal. The housing market being what it is, we've sucked it up and continued to live here. Recently, we were offered to purchase my husband's family home. It's a good house that needs a lot of work, but I'm confident we can do what we need to for under $15,000 in renovations. So we're planning to move there and begin renovating. We were both happy and excited until the other day when we were talking about it. Out of nowhere, he told me, "I want you to know, this house will never be yours. If we divorce or anything, you will have no right to live there anymore." And I found this hurtful and odd. This was never a discussion in the years we have lived in our current home. I would never plan on taking his family home if we were to separate, but it felt like a stab to the heart, especially when we're trying to have kids. I told him it would be a marital asset, since I'm paying half the mortgage and half the renovations. I would never fight you for the house, but I don't plan on getting divorced. This made him very upset. He said he would rather not move if there's a chance a judge would determine I had any rights over the home. Was I wrong? How do I move past this with him? Now this would definitely give me pause for thought as well. I mean, where did that come from? What's he been thinking? All these thoughts would be going in my head about what's going on in his mind for that to come out of his mouth in that particular moment. And he's been quite happily living in your inherited home. It's been in your family for very years. So it's just a reverse of the situation, and now he's not happy with it. And it certainly make me think about everything as a whole. But if you do continue, I'd certainly be discussing the finances towards this house, who's paying for what, etc. If he's going to fight you or whatever happens down the road. But I hate you says, so from what I understand, it's a family home, but you're paying on the mortgage halvesies and paying to renovate. And he said no to you having ownership at all. Then hell nah. He can purchase it on his own, renovate it on his own, and keep yours as a backup from this point forward. Rent it out and you keep that income. Opie says this opened my eyes. We're definitely going to have another conversation about how we would go about this purchase. RNG says this is a huge red flag. He's been living in your, paid off I'm guessing, family home. You're about to buy his family home together, and he doesn't want you to have any ownership. Here's what I would do. 1. Don't sell your family home. Instead, rent it out. Market being what it is, for side income. Do not add his name to the deed. Do not use any of the profits towards purchasing his family home. 2. Separate your finances stat. Have a joint income where you each put in X% of your paycheck for joint bills such as groceries, utilities, insurance, etc. 3. Tell him you will agree his family home is 100% his on one condition. The entire purchase, including repairs, now need to come out of his pocket, not yours, not the joint account, and you will not be paying mortgage. If he doesn't agree, don't move in. 4. Side-eye him. He's shown you who he is. Depending on how he moves forward, this might be the end of the road for me. And one more comment which says, okay, that's fine. Then I want you to understand that you can buy the house on your own and you pay the mortgage and every cent it will require. I'm your wife and I will just live there like you've lived in my house. Then says that's the only possible response. You're married, so I doubt he has a legal leg to stand on in most states, but it's the mentality that is more disturbing. Who is paying for your house? Is there a mortgage? Who pays the bills or maintenance or taxes for the last 7 years? Your inherited house is literally just yours if you want to make it so, given you got it before you were married and it's inherited. But this next house isn't just his. But if he'd like to make it so, then it should be in writing, and in turn, you can just live there and pocket the rent from your current house, ensuring he gets none of it. What a terrible attitude towards marriage your husband has. So OP comes in with her update and says, so there was a lot of questions from many people who saw my last post, so I figured I would answer some of them and also update on the situation. My family home was inherited. There was no mortgage. We paid our bills and taxes evenly between the two of us, and same with any repairs the home needed. His mother is selling us the house at a $25,000 discount from what she listed it for on the market. My husband was not on the deed to my family home. This was not going to be sold. It is a home that has been passed down exclusively to family members at virtually no cost, though a mortgage hasn't been held on it in many decades. The house will be going to my sister as she is welcoming her second child soon. Now for the update. Me and my husband agreed to go to breakfast together this morning since our Mother's Day plans didn't start until lunch. At breakfast, I brought up the topic of the house we are going to buy. I told him about how things he said hurt my feelings and made me insecure about where he stands in our marriage. He told me after seeing his dad lose his family home in a divorce, it was scary to think our kids could possibly lose it if we were to separate. He apologized and told me he never ever thought of getting a divorce, that nobody does until it's happening. He said he was wrong to say the things he did and that he let anxiety control the way he spoke and it was unfair to me. We agreed that I would be put on the deed and agreed to start the process of a post-nup agreement for the home among some other things. I addressed feeling like maybe he had a feeling he was going to leave or cheat and that's why he was so defensive. He felt hurt by that and told me that that was his fear when getting married, that he would be cheated on or worse, have kids involved in that mess. I told him I felt the same. We both agreed the most comfortable we would feel would be us both being on the deed to the home and getting a post-nuptial agreement with an infidelity clause. We are both anxious people and I understand where he was coming from with wanting that. It stung a bit at first that he wanted an infidelity clause, but we agreed it would do nothing but benefit us both if either of us were to go beyond our marriage in that way. So TLDR. We are both being put on the deed. We are getting a post-nuptial agreement plus infidelity clause, and we had a very mature and emotional conversation about how we felt. Thank you for all the advice. It gave me a very good idea of what to research before I brought it up to him, and we're setting up a meeting with a lawyer to start the process on Monday. So Jack says to that one, I'm glad that everything seems to have worked out. Hope he says very much so. I think I was being a bit dramatic about the things he said, and he was a bit harsh and not thinking through what he said. It happens to the best of us, but my mind is put at ease now, thankfully. Call Me replies that saying, I don't think you were being dramatic at all. You were protecting yourself. Good for you. Since you are newly married, this is a really great lesson for you both. Learn to communicate. Turn to each other when you're upset about something. Meaning, don't complain about your spouse to friends. You talk to him and figure it out together. Great outcome. And I think the majority of the comments on that update were saying communication for the win, etc., etc. There are a couple of reservations from some people, concerned about the relationship's future, etc. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story. And our next story comes from the Am I the Arsehole subreddit from NoResident9906. Doesn't have an update as yet, just to warn you. And it's titled, Am I the Arsehole for telling my sister-in-law that she is an idiot for expecting her family to be as generous with gifts for her marriage as they were for mine. When I married my husband, we had a smallish wedding, 150 guests. Trust me, that's small for our families. We paid for everything ourselves. Altogether, we spent about $25,000. It was in our budget and we'd saved up for it, and that included everything. My dress, the wedding party's dresses and tux rentals, catering, you name it, we paid and it came in under budget. Our guests were family and close friends, the way it should be, and they were generous with gifts, both from our registry and cash in envelopes. When everything was said and done, our house was filled with great stuff we needed, and our savings was several $1,000s over where we started before we paid for the wedding. My husband's sister just eloped in February, and nobody found out about it until early April, when she sent out links to her wedding registry. Not too many people have bought anything off of it yet, and she's getting upset about that. All she talks about whenever we speak is about how cheap everyone is. Every conversation leads back to the same topic. After more than a month of this, I have had enough. I asked her if she understood why we got gifts when I married her brother, like at our physical wedding that took place at a church and then a reception at a rented ballroom. She said I was treating her like an idiot and that she understood the difference between our weddings. I asked her why she would expect the same treatment for two very different events. I said that only an idiot would think the outcome would be the same in both situations. She is mad at me. My husband said he was also frustrated with her stupidity, but that I should apologize for calling her an idiot. No Lavishness leaves a comment on this one saying, not the arsehole. Ask her if she sends gifts to all the birthday parties she isn't invited to attend. Unbreakable Man replies to that, says, or even told about. Plastic Cat replies again saying, for 2 months. Aika Girl says, while you're 100% correct on everything you said, it is usually not considered a nice thing to do to call someone an idiot. You may have been able to phrase it a little gentler, or maybe have brought it up sooner, so it did get to your breaking point. You should probably clear the air with the idiot remark, and I thought that comment was going to say, you should probably clear the air with the idiot, and just stop there. Anyway, you should probably clear the air with that idiot remark, and then head home to use one of your awesome wedding gifts. Very slight arsehole, though I am smiling at what you said because it was a great response to a comment that you were treating her like an idiot. Signal Permit says you're the arsehole only slightly, but only because I don't understand why you felt the need to interject into a pity party to call her an idiot. To be clear, she is an idiot. But you could have kept that to yourself. If being around her complaining was too much for you, then you should have tried spending less time around her. That survey replies that saying, so people should annoy you repeatedly and not say anything. If it's a stranger, you can just walk away, but with family and friends, sometimes you have to tell the truth. Stop with the sensitivity. People need to know, so people learn. If you're always the bigger person, you're always the person who gets dumped on. How do you know when you're not doing some things right? Someone tells you, and hopefully you go, oh, I'm sorry, I will do better next time. Isn't it better for crap people to learn than have to constantly repeat the bad behavior? And I agree with all of these comments, but I'm definitely in the middle like that hiker girl was. Yes, I don't blame OP for actually calling her an idiot in the end. I don't really care. And I think, like the last commenter said, that people do need to learn. And I totally agree that family should be able to tell family when you're doing something wrong. That's a part of learning. That's a part of family life. That's a part of communicating. But calling someone an idiot can go all sorts of ways. And it very much depends on how it's said. I call friends idiots, and it depends how it's said. Sometimes I go like, oh, you're a bloody idiot kind of thing, And it's a bit of banter, it's a bit of fun, it's never taken as a bad way. Or you could call someone, you're a fucking idiot, which comes across in a completely different way. Will cause all sorts of shit, and you have to ask yourself, like I ask myself sometimes, yes, you want to deal with situations, but do you also want the drama in your life? Do you want this argument to fester? Do you want to cause a bigger thing in the family? Yes, we don't sit back and allow this behavior, but we can come across it in a different way if you like. Well, calling the person an idiot, what will it achieve in the end? Where will this go? Are they likely to just be pissed off at me and retaliate and cause some sort of family drama? Will calling them an idiot make them sit back and learn? I don't think it would in this situation. I think sometimes just choosing your battles is a good tactic. Looking into this story, me commenting, yeah, I can very easily say, yeah, call her an idiot. She is an idiot. Totally agree with you, etc., etc. I can say that because then I didn't have to live your life afterwards. But now, if you say that, you have to continue to live with that going on in the background, with this potential extra drama. I don't know if you could be asked for that in your life. That's totally up to you. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. Now, just a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart for getting involved in today's stories. Your love, your support, your time always means the absolute world to me. So thank you so much for being involved. Truly is absolutely amazing. And I will see you in the next one. Take care and much love. Hey Waffle Gang, I do hope you're well. My name is Mark and today we're checking out some more Reddit stories, and if you do love a Reddit story, why not consider hitting that like, subscribe, maybe that notification bell too, and let's crack on with today's first story. Much love guys. Now today's first story comes from It's Neens1416 and says, am I the arsehole for being selfish when it comes to my divorce settlement? not helping family members out. I, 42 female, just got divorced and getting a settlement from my ex buying me out of the house I owned with him while we were married. I've helped out my mum, 62 female, and my sister, 41 female. They've gone through so many family members with money, not paid a dime back to any of them. After I left my husband, I moved back in with my mum, and thank God she had taken me in because I would have been homeless. I helped my mum with bills, rent, and groceries for the house. Plus, I was not getting any spousal support and taking care of my kids as well. I am working full time, taking care of my kids, see them every other weekend and their needs as well. Everything was fine until my sister, 41 female, and her boyfriend, 44 male, move in around December 2023. It was supposed to be temporary. She was not paying for rent, utilities, just for groceries. My sister, 41 female, owes me almost $5,000 for breaking her lease because I did not want to have an eviction on my credit. I have asked her to pay me back, and she has not paid me back a single dime. My mum, 62 female, owes me almost $10,000 regarding past bills that I paid for. My mum has always expected a lot more from me being older than my sister and my brother, 38 male. I feel like my mum has always helped my sister out when she's had issues and bailed her out of trouble. Well, January 2024 comes along and I applied for the management job in my company, working back office in a different city. I did give my mum plenty of notice that I was going to move out if I got the job promotion. I got the job promotion, and when I was about to move out, I gave my mum the rent that I was paying, just for the days I stayed in the house. Once I moved out, my sister had the audacity to ask me if I was going to pay the utilities after I moved out from my mum's house. I said no, because I paid what I had to. Well, after that, I had a conversation with my mum regarding about money. She said I did not have to worry about it. It was my sister's doing. I'm going through the settlement process, and if they ask for any money, the answer is no. Am I the arsehole? Absolutely not the arsehole in this situation. A divorce settlement is not some like lottery win or anything like that. Not that you'd owe them that either. This is your money. Money that you've earned. And it's money that you're going to need to be supporting your children. The absolute cheek to be asking you if you're going to be subsidizing them still when sister already owes you $5,000 and mum owes you $10,000 because she keeps bailing out that sister at the same time as well. It's just unbelievable. But Fit Measurement says don't discuss your settlement with them. It's none of their business and you shouldn't even let them know you got anything. Not the arsehole. Opie says I haven't even told them anything about the amount, etc. Crimson says not the arsehole. Don't deprive yourself and kids. Great to help family if you can, but there is always a limit. That said, I'd recommend staying in contact with your mum regarding finances. Don't want her ruining her finances in retirement, keeping your sister afloat either. Hail Flat replies that saying, I'm going to be pretty horrible here. The mum seems to have always done for the sister, more so than OP. She's also in debt to OP into 5 digits, so let the other daughter take up the responsibility for a bit. OP, keep in touch with your mum, but she doesn't get to move in with you, and you are not the ATM. You Scary says it's not settlement, it's just you receiving your money. I'm all for helping people up. I'm completely against handouts and enabling. Consider the money you've given your sister as an investment. The rule is to stop investing in things you are not receiving any returns from. When she asks, and she will ask, tell her you are going to help her, just as soon as she returns the money from the last time you helped her. Expect that she's going to push her children on you for this. When she does, ask her why you should take the food from the mouths of your children and put it in hers. But OP came in with a brief update and said, I'm going to go through the settlement process with my attorney this weekend. I moved to another city for my new job, getting settled in nicely. I do see my children and talk to them daily. I do talk to my mum, small talk only, and that is it. As for my sister, I've not spoken to her because she does not have any accountability to anything. Not dealing with people like that. No wonder why my brother moved away. Now, what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story. Now, this story we have covered in the past, but now has a new final update to it. So if you do want to skip parts of the story, you know, timestamps are always down in the description, and along the timeline below. Thank you. This is from TABFF234324 and says, am I the arsehole here? My friend keeps on talking about my ex in front of my fiance. My 29 male best friend Jess, 29 female, keeps on mentioning my ex 29 female in front of my fiance, and I'm thinking of cutting her off. I want to know if I'm overreacting or if Jess is in the wrong. For context, Jess and I went to the same high school and the same college. We were friends in high school, however, since we were both in the same out-of-state college, we became best friends since then. We've always been there for each other during the best and worst times. However, things have always been platonic, and she is more like a big sister to me. We made sure I stayed on the right track. I've only been in 2 long-term relationships so far. One was with my ex Lisa for 7 years. We met in college and dated all through our college years. Lisa and Jess also became good friends too. After college, Lisa and I just grew apart and had different goals in life. I became boring after college as I was working on my PhD while doing a full-time job. Lisa broke up with me as she wanted to party on weekends, while I was home studying. I was heartbroken, but I don't think I ever blamed her or had resentment towards her, as I understood my decisions were selfish and should not hold her back from having the best life. Jess always stood by me and comforted me during that time. Jess and Lisa were good friends, and Jess always kept on telling me that Lisa loves me and will be back one day when I am ready. I foolishly held on to that hope and stayed friends with Lisa. That was until I met my fiancé, Yang. After I finished my PhD, I got a nice job in a big tech company. Yang joined our team a year after me. We started going out for drinks and dinner, and we started dating seriously pretty soon. We are happy together and financially in a great place. Needless to say, I stopped talking to Lisa after I started dating Yang. I proposed to Yang after a year, and we started dating and got engaged last year. Jess has been acting weirdly since we got engaged. One of the first things she said to Yang after we got engaged was how I planned the same thing for Lisa, proposing on a local hiking trail. It was a bit off-putting that she was bringing up Lisa, whom I broke up with almost 5 years ago, on such a happy occasion. However, Yang asked me not to spoil my mood, as she felt Jess was just commenting on how I had that plan in mind for years. Since then, every time we meet, Jess without fail brings up Lisa and how the things I am doing are all the things I had planned with Lisa. This happened when we bought a house, planned for vacations, etc. Jess always starts with some nostalgic story and then brings up how Lisa and I were so happy together. She's still good friends with Lisa and keeps giving me updates about Lisa and how great Lisa is doing at work when no one is asking for it. It felt like she was painting a rosy picture of Lisa to Yang and telling Yang that she would always be second to Lisa. Yang told me Jess's comments bothered her, and I also felt the same. I brought this up with Jess many times and asked her not to do it. However, she says she will try, but since I dated Lisa for 7 years, she'll be a part of many stories from the past. Also, she asked why talking about Lisa bothers me and if I still have feelings for her. I've reduced hanging out with Jess, however, she is close with my mum and is always invited to all our family parties and holidays. I talked to my mum and sister about this and they feel I am overreacting. They feel Jess is just telling stories, and since the stories are mostly from college days and later, Lisa will be a character in the story. They also feel I should not be bothered by Jess mentioning Lisa since we broke up a long time ago. I feel that it's disrespectful to Yang and she doesn't need to hear about all the fun Lisa and I had when we were together and how we're planning to get married. Do you think I'm the arsehole to stop here or Jess is truly acting out of line? So OP's next update came in and said, I wrote a post a month ago regarding my friend Jess mentioning my ex constantly in front of my fiance. Thanks to everyone who commented on how inappropriate it was. However, the last month has been nothing but crazy, and I'm still trying to make sense of what happened so far. After my post, I decided to talk to Jess and gave her an ultimatum not to speak about my ex Lisa again. I know Jess and Lisa are still friends, but I was uncomfortable of her comparing my fiance Yang with Lisa all the time. I broke up with Lisa 5 years ago, and she has nothing but a faint memory in my past. Jess kept on defending herself and telling me that I was with Lisa for almost all of my adult life, and it's hard to tell any stories from the past without including her. She also blamed me for being emotionally childish and just forgetting about Lisa when she was with me for 7 years. Finally, Jess agreed that she would not bring up Lisa in front of Yang. I should also not treat Lisa as she does not exist, as she is still Jess's friend. I informed Yang about our conversation. Although she was appreciative about it, she said I did not need to do it, and she knows how much I love her, and every time Jess brings up my Lisa, she feels sorry for Lisa that she let a guy like me go. Yang went to visit China 2 weeks ago for a month as we plan to get married in our hometown. She is taking care of her shopping as well as preparations for the wedding. Jess invited me to her house that Friday for dinner as I was home alone. I am also good friends with her husband, and we were all just chatting and drinking in the living room. Around 7:30 p.m, the doorbell rang, and Jess excitedly went to open the door. To my surprise, it was fucking Lisa at the door. She was all dressed up as if she was ready for a date and came in. I had not seen her in person for almost 3 years, and I was shocked to see her. She sat down and started making small talk with me. I was extremely uncomfortable and went into the kitchen to talk to Jess. I was angry at her and asked her what was going on. She kept on telling me that it's been 5 years since the breakup and to get over it and to be nice to Lisa. She said Lisa was excited to meet me and she thought we were all adults and could have one fun evening together. We had a fight and I told her she should not have invited Lisa after our conversation the other day, and I do not want to be friends with her anymore. I went into the living room and politely excused myself and told everyone that I had a work emergency and had to leave early. Lisa looked sad, but I genuinely felt uncomfortable to be made to hang out with my ex without my consent. I came home and called Yang. I've never seen her more furious, and she told me she is not comfortable with Jess anymore, as she has some agenda that we do not know about. It's different to talk about Lisa, but to invite her without consulting is not okay. I also felt the same, and I called Jess the next day and told her that she crossed a line. I was terribly upset with her. I stopped taking her calls and ghosted her. I also told my mum and sister about the whole incident. Last Sunday, my mum called me for lunch. When I got there, I saw Jess was already there. I told my mum that I do not want to talk to Jess and can't stay. However, she asked me to sit, as they all wanted to talk to me. I am a glutton for punishment and decided to hear them out. My mum started with how Jess has been there for me for all these years and only has my best interest at heart. She kept on telling me that the 3 people, Mum, sister and Jess, that love me the most. Jess started saying how she felt that I was making a big mistake in not having to hear what Lisa had to say. She told me that Lisa was my first love and Lisa is now ready to settle down and we can pick up where we left off. She reminded me how broken I was when Lisa left me and how life is giving me a second chance. My sister also chimed in and said how they all liked Lisa more than Yang and how we both look so great together. Finally, my mum started saying how our culture was so different than Yang and it was hard for them to relate to her. I asked them in what way, and my mum said that they did not understand what Yang says sometimes and have nothing in common with her. Then my mum asked me to think about how Lisa and I would have such wonderful looking kids, while if I marry Yang, our kids will look so different. I started getting their drift and I probed more. My mum told me how our kids would look, and then mum says a racist comment, and not like any others in the family. I asked my mum if she cared about my kids' looks more, and not about how smart they will be since Yang has a PhD. She blew it off and I realized she did not want me to marry Yang because she was Chinese and not white. My mum told me to forgive Jess, and my mum asked Jess to talk to Lisa on my behalf and asked her if she'd be interested in getting back together with me. My mum was adamant that since I loved Lisa so much, I should be happy to pick things up where we left off and that this is the best for everyone. I've never been so angry and may have said a lot of unkind things to all of them before I left. I'm so depressed right now. I not only lost my best friend, but I'm also not sure how I can move forward from what my mum said. My mum and sister raised me and that is the reason where I am today. However, I cannot get over how racist they are being and how they were just pretending to like Yang all these years while actively working on breaking us up. I've been so shocked that I've not told any of this to Yang so far. I might wait for her to come back next week and talk to her in person. Again, thanks everyone for all your messages on the last post, as they helped me a lot to think through the situation. My life is more fucked up than I could imagine. I cannot imagine how dejected Yang will feel after hearing all of this. Then OP comes in with what they call their final update. I wrote a post 2 months ago regarding my best friend Jess constantly bringing up my ex when talking to my fiancée Yang. I wrote an update 2 weeks ago about my mum, sister and Jess scheming about trying to get me back with my ex, Lisa, because they were uncomfortable with Yang being Chinese. They tried to do it when my fiancée was visiting her parents, and I felt so betrayed by their actions. As I said in the previous post, I blew up on my mum and sister about what they said and immediately left. I did not take calls from them or answer texts for the next several days. Their messages initially were anger towards me on why I left before they could finish what they wanted to say. However, I think they realized on day 3 that they might have crossed the line this time and became extremely apologetic. I finally messaged them to leave me alone and not to contact Yang or I until we contact them. Jess did not message me the whole time. I did not tell Yang about the situation until she came back home 9 days ago. I initially did not know how to bring up the subject, but she sensed something was wrong and asked me about it. I was so worried about hurting her, but I told her what had happened. I was upfront about the stunt Jess pulled and she was angry at Jess. I also told her about my visit to my mother's place, but she did not react with any anger. She just asked me if I was okay. The next few days were confusing where I was more upset than Yang. She was just excited showing me all the pictures and telling me stories. Finally, on last Thursday evening, she opened up and asked me if I was okay about my mum's behaviour and what I planned to do. I told her my thoughts and how I cannot forgive them for what they said about her being Asian and them wanting me to marry Lisa because she was white. I asked her why she was not more upset as it was bothering me. She told me that when she told her parents about me, they had the exact same reaction for her dating someone who was not Chinese. Her family is very traditional and her parents were very upset about her decision. It took them a few months to warm up to me and accept me. She never told me about this because she wanted me to have a good relationship with her parents. She told me that now they are the most excited, doing arrangements for our wedding. She told me that she has always felt something was off when she talked to my mum, my sister or Jess, and they did not like her. My mum and sister would be friendly with her in front of me, but never invited her for anything when I'm not around. She suspected that it may be due to the fact that she is not white and does not understand the American traditions. She said she is not upset with them and that this is in the open. She should talk to them and assure them that she would be good as a wife as Lisa or any other girl. She said she does not want to break a family in order to start a new one. Despite my protests, Yang invited my mum and sister for lunch on Sunday. She said it'd be good for us to talk about everything and hear why they are concerned about her marrying me. I was really not happy with this, but Yang spent most of Sunday morning cooking for them. When my mum and sister arrived, there were a lot of waterworks and apologies. My mum apologized to Yang and me for her behavior and told us that she would never bring it up again. My sister was also quiet and had tears in her eyes. There were a lot of blame games. My mum and my sister were blaming Jess for constantly telling them how Yang might not be great for me and how she wouldn't fit into our family. My mum and sister fought with Jess after I left and Jess blamed Lisa. Based on Jess's story, Lisa has been depressed for the last few years, and when I suddenly got engaged to Yang, it became worse. Jess thought I was also depressed after Lisa left me, because I did not date anyone for 3 years. In reality, I just wanted to focus on my work and studies and never had time. So Lisa convinced Jess that she has to get back together with me, as that is what I wanted to do. Jess said how sorry she felt for Lisa, as she was her longtime friend, and listened to her plan as she thought it was good for everyone. My mum and Lisa told us that I should stay away from Jess because she orchestrated the whole situation. They kept on hugging Yang and apologizing to her. Yang in turn also started crying and telling them that she will do better to fit in with them. It was all a big mess. I'm still skeptical of my mum's change in heart, but I also want to see Yang happy. However, I think it will take a lot of time and healing before I could truly trust my mum and sister. Currently, my mum invited us to lunch at her place next week and told me that Jess will not be there. Jess has still not messaged me or Yang. I really don't know what I can do in this situation. I'm still upset and furious at my mum, but I also want to respect Yang's effort to keep the family together. Thanks to everyone for all the messages and supportive comments. It really helped reading them when I was feeling very sad. A couple of comments from the top on this one says, Canada Saver says, your fiancé is acting in a very mature manner. She is a keeper for sure. Jess and Lisa need to be dropped and blocked forever. They can never be trusted and they could cost you the amazing Yang. Duet says, I don't think racism can disappear in 3 days. Mother and sister probably decided that they prefer being in the life of children who are not white over no contact at all. So they put all the blame on Jess. How convenient. And one more comment which says, I'm really glad you have Yang, OP. She sounds wonderful and kind. However, I do think you need to have a heart-to-heart about exactly how damaging the racism your mum and sister spewed is. It was bigoted towards her Asian features specifically, and no amount of Lisa is so depressed sob story would lead to those statements unless they already believed them. You and Yang need to be on the same page about the fact that this type of bigotry can hurt your future children. And no amount of well-intentioned peacemaking is worth risking your family calling your children narrow-eyed in the future. Maybe they truly have changed, but I doubt they've let go completely of their bigotry so soon. There needs to be an understanding from your sister and your mum how horrible what they said was, and any repeated behaviour will be the last straw. And I came out of this one not sure how I was feeling about that, to be quite honest. Like from the second up there, I thought, you know, that's a no contact situation. Holy moly. How would you ever be able to take your wife around people who's racist like that? But can we just say how amazing Yang is? Absolutely incredible person. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? How did you feel about that final update? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. And just a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart for getting involved in today's stories. Your love, your support, your time always means the absolute world to me. So thank you so much. And hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Take care and much love. Hey Waffle Gang, I do hope you're well. My name is Mark and today we're checking out some more Reddit stories, and if you do love a Reddit story, why not consider hitting that like, subscribe, maybe that notification bell too. Well, let's crack on with today's first story. Much love guys. Now today's first story comes from a throwaway account that says, my 38 female, husband 39 male, hid having lunch with a co-worker, 25 female, and said
Detention. Joel hated detention. Detention in Mr. Briars and his classmates. Detention Mr. Briars and his classmates. And school in general. Pretty much anything and anyone associated with school he hated. Not that he showed it though. He was pretty good at playing the game in company and to his parents, but that didn't do anything to reduce his dislike of it all. Detention was at number 1 though on his list of hates. Mr. Briars had picked him out at the end of his final class of the day for some minor infraction, dumping him in an empty classroom with orders to read a book silently, with the added kicker that he couldn't leave until he'd finished it. He hadn't argued. Mr. Briars had it in for him for some reason, always singling him out, always watching him from the corner of his eye. Whatever. Going with the flow seemed the best option to deal with the asshole for the time being. Joel turned the book over in his hands. It was a light, slim book. The cover a garish cartoon picture of various men dressed in green tights and tunics carrying a variety of swords and wooden staffs, except for the one stood in the middle of the group holding a bow and bearing a wide smile on a blonde mustached face beneath a hood. Joel groaned inwardly as he read the title in typical Old English font emblazoned across the top. A Tale of Sherwood Forest. A choose-your-own-fate adventure. Great, he thought sarcastically. It was one of those books, the kind where you had to select from a set of options and flip to another page depending on your choice. On and on until your character died or achieved some kind of bullshit goal. The last time he'd read one of these, he must have been 10 or 11, and even then he'd grown bored with it and hadn't finished. Mr. Briars would probably test him on it when he came back, like the unapologetic shit he was, so he'd best just get it over with. Slouching back in his chair, Joel turned to the first page. Welcome, adventurer. You have come seeking fame and fortune by joining Robin Hood's merry men. Tarry not in the woods, though. Hold fast to your decisions, and you shall find the goal you seek. Joel snorted derisively before continuing on to the first section. 1. Sunlight pierces the canopy of trees high above you, sending shafts of light through the sky of leaves to illuminate your path. You entered Sherwood Forest but a short time ago, and already it is as if the woods have swallowed you whole. You have on you your trusty sword, 3 days' worth of provisions, flint and tinder, plus a warm cloak, which seems a burden on such a fine summer's day. The forest path is wide, the day pleasant, and your heart beats strongly in your chest. Today is the day when you shall achieve your goal. You will find Sir Robin of Locksley, the fabled Robin Hood, and join his troop of merry men. It's not long before you come upon a fork in the path. To the left, it curls off toward an area of the forest where a villager told you a small river runs through. But there are plenty of man-made fordings available should you look. To the right, the path is more or less straight, but appears to head into a dark, dense part of the forest, which looks rather foreboding. If you wish to go left toward the river, turn to 8. If you wish to go right down the ominous forest path, turn to 11. It read like any of these books he'd picked up before. Joel looked at the options. Only an idiot goes looking for trouble in dark and foreboding places, he thought, and wasn't a river crossing in a contest a part of the Robin Hood legend? He chose accordingly. 8. Before you even see the river, your eyes pick out the sound of swift running water somewhere up ahead. You quicken your pace, eager to both see the source of the sound, but also to splash some water in your face to relieve yourself of some of the heat you feel from such a long walk. You pass a large gnarled oak tree and finally see the fast-flowing river, the sunlight bouncing off its surface, and is that a fish or two you see slicing around beneath? Kneeling by the bank, you dip your cloth into the cool, refreshing water, then lift it and place it gingerly on the back of your neck. The initial cold is a shock, but a welcome one, and you feel the coolness spread across your body. The bigger shock, though, is when you hear a loud voice calling from across the way.
"Ho, stranger! If you seek to cross this river, you must first pass me."
You look up in surprise and see a giant of a man, dressed in a dark brown leather jerkin with hands almost as big as the thick beard upon his rugged face, stood on the opposite bank next to a large log which breasts the river. In his right hand stands a long, thick piece of wood. You recognize it as a quarterstaff, and that he must be none other than Little John himself, one of the fabled merry men you seek. In an instant, you understand his meaning, and looking next to the large log on your side of the bank is another quarterstaff, obviously for the use of travelers such as you. Finally, a chance to prove yourself. Despite your eagerness, however, he does look rather large, and you wonder at your chances. If you wish to fight Little John, turn to 15. If you wish to return the way you came and try the other path, turn to 11. Ha! He knew it. Barely in and he was already dealing with one of the merry men. Joel wanted this over with, so going back wasn't an option. Best to carry on forward and get it done. 15. Eagerly, you sweep the quarterstaff up in your hand and approach the log bridge. As you step on carefully, so does Little John, easily twirling the quarterstaff in his hands. You wonder to yourself how many people have come this way before, only to find themselves swiftly beaten and pushed into the river. That your opponent is confident, there is no doubt, but if the stories are true, his naivety is just as strong as his biceps. Should you fight fairly, or trick him somehow? If you still wish to retreat and try the other path, turn to 11. If you wish to fight fairly, turn to 18. If you wish to cheat, turn to 23. Now that was an interesting option, he thought. Again, going back wasn't going to happen. Of the other two choices, though, Joel knew which one he leaned towards. Fighting fairly might be the more honorable way, but to him, the result was always the key factor to his way of thinking. 23. As you approach him, you raise your quarterstaff in what you hope is a defensive position. He smiles good-humoredly, rolls his shoulders to loosen himself up, winks, and quickly raises his staff for an almighty blow. As his staff reaches its peak, you pretend to look past him and shout, "Bear!" His head whips round to check, instantly forgetting about you. You take your chance, raise your staff high, and aim a truly thunderous whack across his skull. Your arms vibrate with the impact, and you think you're going to drop the staff. Nervously, you watch as Little John turns his head back to face you. His face moves quickly, from confusion to anger, and then dazed. He falls to his knees and topples off the log, but is still able in his daze to roughly grab at a protruding broken branch on the underside of the trunk. The cold water returns him partly to his senses, and he slowly grins up at you before speaking.
"Well done, stranger. Robin has need of men with sense as well as strength. Give me a hand up and I'll take you to him."
If you offer him your hand, turn to 26. If you wait for him to climb back up himself, turn to 31. It was a difficult choice, Joel realized. Offering to help him up would put him in a dangerous position. Off balance, Little John could pull him into the water or anything. Joel could see the way the book was heading, though. Once you bested an opponent in this fairy tale land of good and evil, you always fell back on the honorable option. He thought it was a load of crap, but the answer the book was expecting was obvious at this point. 26. You look down at Little John, bedraggled and wet and being slammed by the river, and offer your hand to help him up. As he reaches up to grasp your hand, though, you instead wrap your offered hand once more around the quarterstaff and drive its end into his face, catching him off guard. You feel the impact resonate up the wood as his nose shatters beneath the blow. He bellows in rage and agony, one hand moving to cover his now bloody face. You quickly strike at his remaining hand, holding onto the branch under the log, and hear the satisfying crack of broken bone. He yells once more and releases his hold, the river quickly drawing him under and away. You watch him struggle for a short while, then throw both quarterstaffs into the water and carry on your way. Turn to 28. Okay, thought Joel. What the hell just happened? He hadn't expected that at all. Thinking about it, though, it made a lot of sense. Who knew what Little John might have tried? His character's response was sensible. He'd lulled his opponent and then acted, removing a potential danger. Joel found himself warming to this book. 28. The path on the other side of the river is barely visible, and so obviously not a commonly used means of moving through Sherwood Forest. Logically, therefore, it must be a route used only by the merry men and Robin Hood himself. Gradually, the path grows narrower, the trees thinner and closer together on each side, until finally the path appears to be a corridor of trees leading to a dead end, but with two large arches with a bowman stood in front of each. They look like twins, an image reinforced by them both speaking at the same time and with the same words as you approach. Greetings, stranger. You have bested Little John, but wisdom is as valuable a skill with weapons in Robin's camp. Behind us lie 2 ways forward. One leads onto the camp, the other to a hidden pit filled with wooden stakes. You may ask one of us a single question, but beware, one of us will lie and the other tell the truth. Which route do you choose? You try to see any differences in the paths beyond the arches, but they look identical. Your only choices appear to be to ask the bowman or take a chance and pick a route at random. If you take the left arch, turn to 36. If you take the right, turn to 38. If you ask one of the bowmen which archway leads to the camp, turn to 42. If you ask one of the bowmen which archway the other bowman will say leads to the camp, turn to 62. If you use intimidation on the bowman, turn to 49. Now that was a curious last option, Joel thought. The first 2 random choices didn't appeal, and whilst he was confident in his logic what the right choice was, he was drawn to the last action. It made a lot more sense to him, skipping the need to risk a correct answer against one he could guarantee if approached right. 49. You walk slowly up to one of the bowmen, rubbing your chin thoughtfully as if thinking of an appropriate question. Abruptly, you draw your sword, catching them off guard and grabbing the nearest from behind, placing your blade against his throat before the other can react. The one you were holding trembles beneath your grip, whilst the other watches you nervously, fingering his bow. If you ask the bowman to tell you which arch leads to the camp or you'll kill the one you're holding, turn to 43. If you kill the bowman you are holding immediately, turn to 47. Another interesting set of options. That threats were useful, Joel knew from past experience, but only if the other guy knew you'd carry them out. Carl, in 5th grade, had learned that lesson the hard way. The answer was obvious. 47. Without a flicker of emotion, you draw your sword across the throat of the man you are holding. He gurgles in alarm as the flesh parts and blood pours forth from the wound across his neck. Dropping him to the floor to breathe his last, you point your blade at the stomach of the other bowman. If you ask the remaining bowman to tell you now which arch leads to the camp, turn to 56. If you force the bowman to go ahead of you by sword point through one of the arches, turn to 53. Both choices would work, Joel thought casually, but one of them obviously added an element of insurance to his character's survival. 53. Prodding the remaining bowman with the point of your now bloody sword, you state coldly that what happened to his friend can quite easily happen to him, and that he will now lead you through the correct archway to the camp. Reluctantly, he moves toward the right arch. If you follow the remaining bowman through the arch, turn to 68. If you first run the remaining bowman through with your sword, killing him, turn to 65. Joel was caught at this one. It wasn't as obvious an answer as the last. Keeping the remaining bowman alive added an element of risk if he tried to escape, but then how far did the man's loyalty to Robin Hood and his cause go? Was it so far that he'd even pick the wrong archway, even if it meant risking his own life? Despite the risks, having the captive bowman along gave Joel more options, he realized. 68. The bowman has been stumbling ahead of you forlornly at sword point for a few minutes when you notice his furtive glances back and the slowing of his pace. Prepared, you wait until he makes his move. 10 steps later, he spins and makes a grab for your sword. You efficiently stab him through the stomach, then kick his shuddering body off your blade. As he falls backwards, the earth ahead of you gives way, and his body falls into the trap you had previously been warned about. Skirting the edge, you look down to see his bloody and broken form pierced upon multiple sharpened stakes, one piercing his cheek and exiting his mouth and giving him a permanently shocked expression. Content, he is dead. You make your way back along the path to the 2 arches. You take some time to dig a shallow grave a little way from the arches and bury the bowman you killed earlier, covering the mound with additional loose leaves and sticks. Once happy with your work, you turn and take the left archway. Turn to 22. He'd known he was right to keep him alive. Additional resources were a useful buffer between himself and unpleasant situations, like the friends he'd cultivated at school. As long as they could be controlled or manipulated, they were handy to have around. Those that weren't could be discarded easily enough later on should the need arise. 22. You've been walking along the path for a while now, and decide to take a rest and eat some of your food. Looking around, you find a suitable tree stump and sit down, digging out from your bag half a loaf and a wedge of strong cheese wrapped in linen. You take a large bite of each and wash them down with some water from the skin hanging from your belt. Whilst you are eating, you pull out the letter that lay beside the bread in your bag. Opening it, you read once more the instructions given to you yesterday. Hail and well met. You have come recommended by Prince John himself as a person who can produce results. Most in these parts have heard of the bandit in the woods, the one who calls himself Robin Hood. He calls himself a champion of the people, but in truth, he is nothing more than a common criminal. However, his propaganda amongst the unwashed and uneducated masses has proven impossible to overcome. No one is willing to come forward and provide information on his whereabouts. Therefore, I need you to enter Sherwood Forest and infiltrate his camp. He has broken the rule of law, as have his followers, and they must be treated accordingly. Robin Hood must be executed, and evidence brought back to me of his demise. Deal with the others as you see fit. Succeed, and the rewards will be great. Fail, and they will most likely kill you. Good fortune. The Sheriff of Nottingham. You fold the message back up and ponder what you should do with it whilst you enjoy the remainder of your meal. If found on you, the merry men will treat you harshly. By the same token, it would be useful as evidence of your true siding should you encounter any of the sheriff's men. You also realize, if used correctly, it could be planted as evidence against another within the camp, thus sowing division and discord. If you burn the letter, turn to 78. If you keep the letter, turn to 103. Suddenly, a lot more things made sense to Joel. Sure, the character in the book wanted to join the Merry Men, but his motives had never been fully spelt out before. The fact he actually worked for the Sheriff of Nottingham appealed to Joel. It was far more interesting to be a manipulative spy than a two-dimensional woodland terrorist. He also liked the idea of keeping the letter. It would be a risk for his character, but he was guessing an option would come up later to plant it in the camp, or Little John might make another appearance, and if he still had the letter in his possession, one of the options given might be to plant it on Little John himself as a means of discrediting him and any accusations he might make against Joel. 103. You carefully place the folded letter back in your bag, stretch your weary muscles, and continue down the path. Gradually, your nose begins to pick out the smells of roasting pig, and your ears the faint crackle of a campfire and the bustle of people. The path you're on twists sharply ahead, and as you follow it round, you suddenly find yourself facing a reasonably sized encampment. Makeshift huts and canopies of thick hide stretch between a rough circle of trees surrounding a large campfire, a boar roasting on the spit above it. Moving in and around the camp, you see a fair number of people, somewhere between 20 and 30, engaged in various activities. Some are checking their bows, a few engaged in mock sword battles, whilst others are mending tunics and shoes. Your eyes, though, are drawn to one man sat before the fire, a large hood covering his face, as two people sit either side talking earnestly to him in low whispers. You go to move forward when you feel the sharp point of an arrow tip sticking into the small of your back. Turning your head slightly, you see a stranger with a drawn bow behind you, who then reaches round and removes the sword from your scabbard. He does not speak, but prods you in the back a couple times with the arrow, indicating for you to move. Slowly, you walk forward toward the fire and the hooded man. If you want to try and escape, turn to 92. If you simply continue forward, turn to 79. Why try to escape, thought Joel. His character was where he wanted to be, and he doubted it would end well if his character tried to escape with a drawn bow pressing a sharp arrow into his back. No, now was the time to see how things would play out now that he'd reached his target. 79. As you get closer to the fire, the two men talking to the hooded man notice you and fall silent, turning to look hard-faced at you. The hooded man reaches up slowly and pulls his hood back, turning to face you. His golden hair and mustache would have been enough identification, but the sardonic grin and twinkle in his eyes introduces him far better than any spoken word. The Earl of Locksley, Robin Hood himself. He waves back the man behind you, appraising you for a moment in silence, and then offers his hand. You reach forward and shake it, and he laughs heartily, slapping you on the shoulder. Welcome, friend. To get this far, you must have bested Little John and the twins. This shows you have both strength of character and wisdom, both qualities I look for in my merry men. As you see, we don't live comfortably, but we live well enough. The forest provides whilst we work to topple the sheriff, and behind him, Prince John. Now, as well as robbing the rich, there are other roles in the camp which need to be done. You have the look of a smithy or a cook to me. Which do you fancy? If you choose to work with a blacksmith, turn to 6. If you choose to work with a cook, turn to 112. Sure, thought Joel. Blacksmithing offered easy access to weapons and the opportunity to thin the herd of Robin's lackeys with them, but it would be a slow process, he guessed, and would place his character under growing suspicion the more bodies that turned up. No, if his character was to succeed, a quiet, unassuming role in camp would be the ideal place to start. 112. Excellent. Come with me to meet our resident cook. Oh, Friar Tuck, you were complaining just this morning about needing help, and see if I haven't answered your lament already. Robin leads you round to the other side of the fire, where sits an overly large man in a friar's robes, stirring a large pot of vegetables over a smaller fire. He looks up from sipping from a wooden ladle, his cheeks ruddy and his eyes bright. Well, bless my soul, my prayers have been answered. No time like the present. Come help me with this evening's meal. Go gather some herbs from the stew I'm preparing to go alongside the meat. He points vaguely off to the side, returning his attention to the pot. You look over to where he pointed, noticing a small herb garden he must be cultivating. Grabbing a clay bowl nearby, you walk over and start picking handfuls of herb leaves. As you do so, though, you notice in the undergrowth nearby a wild plant growing whose leaves you know to be deadly if consumed in even the smallest quantity. If you return with just the herb leaves, turn to 130. If you return with leaves from both the herb and poisonous plant, turn to 109. Yes, this is good, thought Joel. A subtle attack that could incapacitate some, if not all, the merry men at once. It was ideal. He'd done something similar with his stepfather, crushing sleeping tablets into his drink before he'd driven to work one morning, and that had gone quite well. 109. You walk back over casually, being careful to keep the clay bowl hidden by your body to avoid the friar's eyes noticing the difference in leaves. You quickly grind the leaves down until they are the same unidentifiable shreds. You pass the mortar to the friar, and he favors you with a pleasant smile of thanks before pouring the contents into his cooking pot. Turn to 72. This should be interesting, thought Joel, eagerly turning the pages now. 72. To your delight, the entire camp partakes of the stew prepared by the friar before attacking the roasting pig. All sat round the campfire, engaging in friendly banter and conversation in its warm orange glow. You also accept a bowl when offered, but are careful to dispose of its contents whilst pretending to eat it. It's not long before the first merry man staggers to his feet, clutching his stomach, his breath rasping from his mouth. Several of his fellows dash over to see if they can help, though you can see a few themselves stagger as they do so. The first man falls to his knees, coughing blood from grimaced lips, his eyes bulging in their sockets. He collapses prone on his side, choking weakly on the blood spilling from his mouth, then stops. Others are now complaining loudly of agonizing pains, one going so far as to stagger uncontrollably into the fire, knocking the roast pig to one side and catching himself on fire. He shrieks in agony as the flames pour up his legs and arms, melting his clothes and skin. A few short steps, and he drops to the ground. None have come to his aid, though, as the carnage continues throughout the camp. Bodies now litter the floor in various states of painful disarray following their individual death throes, gouts of blood abundant everywhere within the light of the flickering flames. You pick your way through the bodies, looking for Robin. As the only one with a hood, it doesn't take long to find him. Surprisingly, he's still breathing, though with difficulty through blood-speckled lips. He has propped himself up against a log as you walk over, his eyes displaying that he knows what has befallen him and his men.
And so, my dream ends, struck down from within by a traitor.
He coughs up a little more blood, but struggles to continue speaking despite the obvious pain he is in.
If any honor exists within you, please grant me this final boon. Bury me here with my loyal men and true. Do not make me a spectacle for the sheriff, I beg.
A final cough rips up through his throat, spilling blood and bile down his green tunic. Robin Hood and his merry men are no more. If you honor his final request and bury him with his men, turn to 74. If you ignore his request and return with evidence to the sheriff, turn to 164. Joel barked a laugh. Well, that was surprisingly easy. He'd worried that it might have come down to some kind of stupid single combat in the end. Violence had its place as a tool, but it still had that element of unpredictability. Far better to plan and strike when least expected, if at all possible. So, what to do with Robin Hood's body? Much like his stepfather's, when he'd idly viewed it lying in state, a corpse was just a corpse. A bag of meat and bones with no rights to farther affect the living with its demands. The only function it had now was if its demise could be of benefit to those still alive. 164. Rolling Robin Hood's body over with your foot, you examine his eyes for any farther sign of life, then drag it over a nearby tree stump. After some effort, you prop his body in place, his neck and head now resting on its flat top. You grab A large axe from the blacksmith's hut. Rest the blade gently against his neck for aiming, then raise it high above your head and bring it swiftly down. The blade easily cleaves through, blood spurting from the gaping wound as his head rolls down next to the stump. With effort, you rip the hood from his now decapitated body, slumped down against the tree, and wrap his head within it. That done, you take one last look around the camp for any survivors, then pick one of the huts to sleep in till morning. You awake refreshed, and upon exiting the hut are once more greeted by the cold corpses of the now unmerry men surrounding what remains of the spent campfire. Flies are already buzzing around them, and the stench of death will soon become unbearable. A quick search later, you have gathered enough food and water for the return journey to Nottingham. If you take the path you used to enter the camp back to Nottingham, turn to 128. If you decide to go deeper into the forest, turn to 58. Again, another no-brainer. The job was done as far as Joel was concerned, and once your goals are achieved, that was an end of it. No reason to go looking for trouble. 128. The sheriff is ecstatic at your return and the evidence you bring, throwing a large banquet in your honor and showering you with gold. He also mentions that Prince John has decreed that on the successful completion of your mission, you will be both knighted and awarded all the lands previously owned by the late Earl of Locksley. 3 days later, dressed in the fine garb of a nobleman and with your own servants, the sheriff bids you farewell from his castle as you leave to take up your new position. As you pass under the gates of the drawbridge, you look up to the battlements and nod in parting to the gray face watching, the dead eyes of Robin Hood gazing down upon you from atop a spike. The end. Now turn to 154. What? There's more? Probably a recommendation to read more of the books in the series, thought Joel. He had to admit, though, he'd like this book, despite his initial distaste for it. It appealed to him somehow, the answers more in line with his way of thinking. To his surprise, he found he was interested in seeing what the other books in the line had to offer. 154. Congratulations on completing the story, adventurer. But your adventures don't have to stop there. If you've reached this result straight through without cheating, we'll know if you have, and are interested in continuing your adventures, ask the teacher who gave you this book for more details. They recognize something special in you, and we're always on the lookout for young people with a unique way of looking at the world. Your government needs people like you, and we can offer you real-life adventures you wouldn't believe. Training in all the cool skills you've read in this book, and more, and the opportunity to travel the world. If you're interested, please turn to the inside of the back cover and fill in your name and address in the space provided before returning the book. See you soon, adventurer. Joel smiled to himself, a genuine one for a change rather than the one he mainly employed when in social situations. He pulled the pen from the bag at his feet and turned to the inside of the back cover. As he started to write his name, though, the thick paper tore. Joel swore under his breath and tried again slightly farther along from the tear. The same thing happened. Biting his lip to control his annoyance, he looked closer. The paper was far flimsier than it should have been, and was that writing visible underneath? Curious now, he tore the paper away and read what was written there. Thank you for your interest. You have decided to farther your adventures with us. Not all are selected, however, and there is one final requirement for your application. If you look closer at the cover of this book, you will find it has 2 plastic layers. Before returning this book to the teacher who gave it to you, Please peel off the thin layer on top of the book just prior to handing it over, being careful not to touch the cover with your bare hands once you have done so. 1 to 2 weeks after your teacher's death, we will contact you farther. Mr. Breyer sat alone in his office, looking through a pile of student folders for new candidates. 2 years he'd been at the school. 2 damn years, dealing with prepubescent teens who thought they knew everything and their asshole parents at PTA meetings. Out of 6 possibles over that time, only Joel had come closest. Shame. He'd had a good feeling about Joel. He had potential. Despite all the psych profiles and observation, it still came down to the book as the final test in Stage 1 recruitment. Despite your promise, you fail the book, then your journey ended there. Literally. One advantage of the psychology of the kids the agency were trying to recruit, if they failed the test, they were also the most likely candidates for teenage suicide, so closing the loop was easy. He looked over at Joel's book on the corner of his desk. Each candidate had their own book, tailored to them specifically, and supplied by the agency when they were to be tested. Company rules stated he wasn't allowed to read them himself, just hold on to them for a day after the test and wait for a call. If the call came, the candidate had got through. Otherwise, he just burnt the book, waited a month, and then staged the kid's suicide. Again, it was a shame the call hadn't come through. Joel had shown a lot of promise. Sighing, he leaned across his desk and picked the book up, turning it over in his hands, seeing Robin Hood's face beaming up at him amongst his gang of merry men. Yup, a real shame. Putting the book in his bag for disposal, he stood up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. The kid must have spilt his soft drink on the cover or something, judging by the stickiness. Yeah, he had potential, all right. But obviously tidiness wasn't part of it.
I awoke to chaos, my senses being simultaneously overwhelmed. A light brighter than any sun temporarily blinded me, and my ears were filled with a deafening siren-like din. My body shot forward, and I instinctively prepared for a heavy collision, but I was pulled back into my seat, secured in place by a powerful magnetic force. The light faded, and the ominous, apocalyptic noise was replaced by the constant sound of beeping control panels and distant explosions. I blinked, slowly opening my eyes and looking down at my own body, finding my frail form encased in a suit of armor, an exoskeleton designed for modern warfare which offered me partial, but by no means total protection from the battle environment. I took a moment to catch my breath and soon realized I was breathing through a respirator, a sealed helmet covering my head but allowing me to see through a thick but transparent visor. I was still secured to my jump seat, restrained by an invisible force and protected from the extreme pressures, but I was able to turn my head and observe my immediate surroundings. I sat inside a tight metal tube surrounded by other bodies. I saw people to my left and right and across from me, noting how they were all similarly kitted out, dressed in heavy combat suits which made them look like giants. I counted 15 suited individuals, not counting myself. Looking through their visors, I could see their faces, They were an assortment of races and genders, but all were human beings just like me. Nobody spoke or even met my eye, but I sensed we were all experiencing the same emotions in that moment. Fear, adrenaline, wonder, and also disbelief. We weren't meant to be here. That seemed certain. All of us were human beings, most born on Earth, although some were citizens of the galaxy. In any case, we were all a long way from home, caught up in an alien conflict not of our making. We hadn't asked for this war, but there was no other choice but to fight. The enemy had to be defeated, and this was our one and only shot. The tension continued as our tube-shaped craft was propelled through space, and suddenly my command helmet came to life, transmitting a surge of information, images, and data that appeared on the inside of my visor. My meager brain struggled to take it all in, and I'm sure I failed to understand much of what flashed before my eyes, but I got the gist of it. I was merely a foot soldier participating in one of the largest and most complex military operations in galactic history. The invasion of Hades, homeworld of the vicious and warmongering Astri race. The invasion had been years in the planning, and operational secrecy had been tightly maintained, with only the Confederation's top political and military elite knowing the truth. As for me and my comrades, we were only grunts, soldiers following orders with no knowledge of where they would send us or who we would fight. But now, the plan had been revealed to the entire invasion force, with orders and objectives transmitted in a stream of data. My fellow troopers must have received the same intel I had, because a cheer went up amongst my comrades, a joyous war cry emitted through the communications attached to our combat suits, their eyes lighting up with the spark visible through their visors. I shared my comrades' excitement in that moment. The day we'd been waiting for had finally come. All of us had suffered at the hands of the savage Astri, all subjected to unspeakable tortures and barbaric acts of violence. For so long it had seemed like the Astri were invincible, but now we'd found a way through all their technology and defenses, striking the enemy on their home turf. I focused on the images on my display screen, seeing the projection of the green and blue world below us, our target and objective. The planet's orbit was filled with spacecraft, most colored blue to indicate that they were under Confederation command. There were too many vessels to count, but there must have been dozens of gigantic, needle-shaped warships firing ballistic missiles and ion cannons down at the Astri satellites and targets on the planet's surface. Our dropship appeared in the middle of a huge swarm of similarly sized vessels, all carrying command squads identical to our own. Combined, they transported the huge infantry force assigned to the invasion, but the bulk of the blue dots appearing on our screens were small but deadly automated drones, a vast armada of war machines surely numbering in the hundreds.
I knew I'd made a mistake in coming, but I took a seat nonetheless. All of the Alcoholics Anonymous meeting on my side of town seemed warm and welcoming. All of the people were friendly and knew me by name. There were hugs, handshakes, slaps on the back. The rooms were well lit with comfortable chairs. There were always freshly baked cookies or donuts. A recent falling out with my sponsor, Ralph, had caused me to choose to avoid some of my normal meetings though. I had already been down to 2 meetings a week, which Ralph had so poignantly called me to the carpet on, so I didn't want to cut those out completely. I'd been feeling antsy lately and probably needed to go to a few more. Never the type to ask for help, I was unwilling to admit it though. Instead, I decided to try a few meetings on the other side of the tracks. Whitehall, the seedy part of town. Stupid Ralph. You're only as sick as your secrets, he said. I had made a list of all those I'd harmed and went about making amends to them all. Some accepted my apologies, some didn't. All I could do was clean on my own side of the street. There were a few amends that were impossible to make, but I had admitted all of my sins to either my sponsor, my therapist, or my priest. All but the one thing, that is. That's what Ralph kept harping on. I had stayed sober for 15 years. I deserved to keep the one thing to myself, didn't I? Stupid Ralph. I chose a group with the innocuous name of New Hope that met in the basement of St. Pete's Episcopal Church. While groups sometimes did actually meet in church basements, they were rarely as depicted on television or in the movies. That's just not the way things worked. Hollywood had gotten the coffee and donuts part down to a T, but missed the mark on most of the rest. Sadly, there weren't even any donuts at the New Hope group. I wish that I'd known. I would have sprung for some. AA had given me my life back and brought a good bit of financial security with it, so I don't mind giving back now and again. I made my way over to the coffee urn, making eye contact with a few people on the way. I didn't even bother to smile. The most I got was some grunts and shrugs as I walked by. I had already decided that I wouldn't ever be coming back to this group, so why bother? I wasn't about to walk out though. Giving up was for losers. I grabbed a styrofoam cup from the top of the stack, which already had some black smudge fingerprints on the outside, and filled it with a sludge that they called coffee here at St. Pete's. I threw a book into the basket on the table and plopped into a chair that seemed to be farthest away from everyone else. This was nothing like the usual meetings I hit. The church's basement room was about 40 by 40 feet square. There were 8 rectangular folding tables set up in a makeshift circle with wooden chairs set along the outside. Unfortunately, there would be no speaker. This was a discussion meeting. They would most likely read something out of some bit of AA-approved literature, the Big Book, 12 and 12, or some meditation book, and then go around the room weighing in on their own personal experience, strength and hope. I didn't feel like talking, but the one bit of my sponsor's advice that I had latched onto early was to always say something, always be part of. Even though the ceiling held banks of fluorescent lights, the room still seemed cold. Perhaps it was the type of bulb they used. Were they different types? Or perhaps it was the way the light reflected off the sickly yellow linoleum floor and institution green walls. It smelled funny too. Oh well, I thought, it's only for an hour. I'd spent twice that amount of time scraping together change for another bottle while fighting off the shakes in the past. In comparison, this would surely be more pleasurable than that. That's what it came down to, wasn't it? For me, to drink is to die. There were times that I had done the most disgraceful things in order to get drunk. Things that would have sickened me if I had been sober and not fiending for the next drink. So, if sitting through a boring meeting in a crappy place meant not drinking, even for only an hour, then so be it. Not a difficult choice. I am not a snob, but I thought that people there seemed to be a little lower class than what I was used to. I'm by no means rich, but by now I've gotten my life together. I'm back in the upper middle class demographic. The meetings that I attended were regularly frequented by businessmen, doctors, realtors, and other professionals. Frankly, even the blue-collar people at my normal meetings seemed to be upper class compared to these people. These people were, and I have to remind myself that I was being honest and not uncaring, the dregs of society. Unshaven, unkempt, tattooed, greasy, foul-smelling. AA had taught me not to judge. There, but for the grace of God, go I. Still, it was hard. Just before the meeting was called to order, a man plopped down into the chair next to me. Oh, come on, buddy, I thought. 10 empty chairs, plenty to keep enough distance between all of us, and you have to sit right next to me. I sighed. At least this guy seemed friendly. Short, stout, PC for obese, with a red, round face. He introduced himself. Hi there, name's Mike. How about you? Danny, I said, as I extended my hand. At least Mike was dressed well. Button-down shirt, slacks, dress shoes. He was even wearing cologne. Or was it the smell of booze? No, I decided it was cologne. The guy's breath smelled bad though. Not smelled as in drinking smelled. but just reeked. His teeth seemed white enough, but it was as if he hadn't brushed in ages. Mike tried to make small talk. I haven't seen you before. How long have you been coming to these meetings? About 16 years, I replied. I came in for a year and then decided that I wasn't ready to stop. I went back out for a while and have been sober ever since. 15 years, 1 month, 1 week, and 2 days. Wow! Mike seemed truly amazed. How many minutes? I just smiled. Me? Mike continued. I've only been coming for about a month now. I'll have 30 days on Wednesday. Well, congratulations. For some people, those first 30 days are the hardest. Real white knuckle time. Mike was definitely pink clouding it. That's the term for AAs in early sobriety who think that life has suddenly become wonderful and carefree. After a good period of sobriety, it kicks in that drunk or not, life still has challenges. There's just no more alcohol to make the bad feelings go away. I'll be getting my chip. Mike was of course referring to the coloured aluminium medallion that, although not universally used, has become almost synonymous with AA. Sobriety coins themselves do not help people stay sober as much. It's the meaning behind them that is important. When a person receives a coin for 1 month, 3 months, or a long period of time, the coin gives a sense of pride for staying sober as long as they have, and to motivate them to continue. If a person should feel the desire to drink again, they might finger the coin in their pocket to remind them of all the headway they have made up to that point. It makes them ask themselves if they truly want to throw away all that progress. I never liked the chips. I would occasionally step back and remember exactly how much sober time I had, remember that last drunk vividly, but I didn't want a constant reminder. I felt it would make it easier to ask the question, has it been long enough? Am I cured now? The conversation was surprisingly pleasant enough, but I was happy when the meeting began all the same. Same old. Business first, then reading, then around the table sharing. When 8 o'clock rolled around, the chairperson indicated that it was time to close, and they joined hands for the Lord's Prayer. AA is not a religious organisation, but saying the Lord's Prayer at the end is sort of a tradition in most, but not all, groups. It's a sign of unity, if nothing else. I really didn't plan to stick around for fellowship afterwards, but I always stayed long enough to help clean up. However, before I got to the door, Mike cornered me. Hey, am I going to see you around here again? Eh? I pulled a face. Probably not. I live on the other side of town. I just stopped here tonight because, well, it was convenient. I guess that had not technically been a lie. AAs had to be careful. Practice these principles in all of our affairs. Lies paved a slippery slope. Oh, Mike seemed dejected. It's just that they say to get phone numbers. You know, to call for when you feel like drinking, and I was wondering if I could get yours. My shoulders relaxed a little. Of course, Mike, that's never a problem. Never feel like you can't use it. Mike wouldn't use it. Most of the newbies never did. I pulled out a pen and jotted it down in the back of Mike's meeting pamphlet anyway. There you go. Thanks, Danny. Mike shook the pamphlet. I will definitely use this. You're a lifesaver. You guys are great. Mike bounced away. I made my way out into the parking lot and slid behind the wheel of my 2012 Kia. I said a little prayer for Mike. Hope he makes it. Who knew? Maybe being at that meeting was God's way of putting him in the right place at the right time. I rolled through the Burger King drive-thru on the way home to pick up an artery-clogging dinner. I just wanted to flick on the television, eat, shower, and get to bed. It had been an exhausting day. I'd barely pulled into my garage when my cell phone began to jingle. I finished parking, unbuckled my seatbelt, and answered the phone right there in the front seat. It was an old habit, probably not a healthy one, but I just had to pick up the phone when it rang. I could not bear the thought of someone leaving a message. I had heard stories of AAs who were never able to get through to someone, and things didn't turn out well. Once their faith in the system was broken, especially the newcomers, they didn't trust it anymore. Hello? Dano, it's Mike. I shifted the phone to my right ear. What's up, Mike? Oh, no. Don't worry, Dan. I'm not thinking of drinking. Just wanted to test out the number. Practice call, you know. They say to get used to calling when you don't need to, and that way it'll be easy to call when you need to, right? Yeah, Mike. That's a great idea. So, what's up? Well, not a whole lot since I saw you. I drove home. That's about it, I said with a smirk on my face. I'm about to have some dinner, and then it's off to bed. Oh, okay, Mike replied. You have your dinner and get a great night. Maybe I'll talk to you tomorrow. Sure, Mike, tomorrow. I showered, toweled off, and padded into my bedroom. I slid into a pair of silk boxers and fell into bed. I didn't imagine that I would have any problem sleeping. I was physically exhausted, but as usual, my mind raced a mile a minute. I was never able to fall asleep without the radio turned on, even when I was ready to pass out. My head would hit the pillow and the stinking thinking would kick in. That's how I discovered the wonders of talk radio. Dialed into a pundit recapping the day's news in a soothing voice, I pulled the chain of my bedside lamp and plunged the room into darkness. The pillow was cool, my stomach was full, my mind had calmed. Sleep began to... My phone jingled. I propped myself up on one elbow, used the remote to turn off the radio, and grabbed the phone from the nightstand. Its screen lit up with the number of the incoming call, but I didn't recognize it. It wasn't a name that had been programmed into my phone. I briefly considered putting the phone back down and letting it go to voicemail, but I knew that I would not be able to sleep until I heard the message and, more than likely, called whomever it was back. I sighed. Hello? Danny? Mike sounded grave this time. Sorry to call so late. I mean, I know you said that you were going to hit the hay, and I didn't want to bother you, but... It's okay, Mike. Go ahead. Remember how I said that I'd be getting my chip in a couple of days? Yeah. I can't believe it'll have been a month already. You know, the day I took my last drink was a special day. Every day is a special day when it's your last drunk day, Mike. Yeah, but I mean special. It was the anniversary of... Well... Mike began to get flustered. See, my wife and I, my ex-wife that is, and I, lost our daughter that day. I swung my legs out from under the covers and sat up. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, don't be, Danny. It happened so long ago. Long time ago. It would have been her 21st birthday. Mike trailed off. So long ago. The denial, the depression, the sadness, the anger. I started drinking afterward and just never thought to stop. Until now, that is. That's a long time to be stewing in it, Mike. Do you want to talk about it? Nah, Danny. No sense dredging up the past. Not when I'm doing so well. You're only as sick as your secrets, Mike. God, I hated it when my sponsor was right. Yeah. Maybe when I'm feeling a little more stable, Danny. Maybe I'll talk about it then. I'm just not doing so well right now. I spoke with Mike for about half an hour, and when I was convinced that Mike was over the urge to drink, let him off the phone and promised to meet him the following day. I laid down my phone and swung back under the covers, a smile on my face. What was it they say? Even if Mike went out and drank that night, at least I stayed sober. Help yourself by helping others. I forgot to turn the radio back on, and that night, I dreamt about the one thing. I awoke to the sound of my phone. It wasn't the alarm tone, but the ringtone. Another call. I had come to recognize Mike's number by now. This was getting a little annoying, but sometimes that's the way it went. Mike would either fall off the wagon soon, or he would start to make new contacts. In the meantime, I would just have to deal with it. Good morning, Mike. Dan, my man. Good to hear your voice. Yeah, I said, scratching the back of my head. It's been like 6 or 7 hours now, huh? Oh yeah, I'm not bothering you, am I? No. Yes, I thought. So, how did last night go? Didn't drink, did you? Nope, and I owe it all to you, Dan. Well, Mike, you picked up the phone and made the call, so you can give yourself a little pat on the back. That phone can seem real heavy when it stands between you and a drink. Ain't that the truth? So, are you hitting the meeting this morning? No, Mike. I have a job. I tried not to sound ticked off. I have to work today. I promise that we'll get to one tonight. You pick it out, and call me back around 6, okay? Got it, Dano. 6. Talk to you then. My worst fear came true. 3 more calls during the day. Mike had picked a group called As Bill Sees It on my side of town. I decided that I would need to have a talk with Mike that evening. Calling when in need, or even for occasional friendly support was fine. But there was such a thing as abusing the system. You know, the boy who cried wolf sort of thing. I was about ready to throw my always answer the phone policy out the door. I didn't look forward to the conversation, and had a rough time forcing my dinner down that evening. I wasn't hungry, but, as usual, I tried to keep my stomach full. HALT. H-A-L-T. Hungry, angry, alone, tired. 4 things an alcoholic never wanted to be. Any of those could be a setup for another drink. As I was finishing my second hot dog, wrapped in white bread with ketchup, just as I liked them, my phone rang again. I checked the screen. Bloody Mike. Again, I decided that I wouldn't answer it and let it go to voicemail. Seconds later, it rang again. Didn't that guy get the message? I let it go to voicemail again. Another few minutes passed and it rang again. I wondered if Mike had changed his mind. Maybe he couldn't make it to the meeting after all. Still, I let it go to voicemail. Thankfully, more minutes passed and Mike did not call back. I felt like a heel, but I just couldn't deal with it anymore. At around 7:15, I tied my shoes and gathered my wallet and car keys. As I headed to the door, my phone jingled. Mike. This time I answered. Hey Mike, I'm heading out the door right now. Oh thank God, Dan, exclaimed Mike. I couldn't get a hold of you, and then I started to worry. I wondered if maybe you went out drinking again. Mike, slow down, buddy. I was beginning to let my temper get the best of me. Would you... Oh look, just wait for me at the meeting. Outside, we need to talk. Mike was breathing more regularly now. Oh Danny, you really had me going there. Well anyway, you can ride with me. What? I strode out of the back door and pressed the button to lift the garage. As the door rolled up, it gradually revealed a battered, green Honda sitting in the drive. Mike sat behind the wheel with the engine idling. I was taken aback. I walked briskly up to the driver's side door and motioned for Mike to lower the window. After a moment, with a confused look on his face, Mike hit the button and the window glided down. What's wrong, Dan? Hop in. I thought that maybe we could ride to the meeting together, then maybe grab a cup of coffee after, huh? I was fed up. No, Mike. No meeting, no coffee after. I don't have time for this. I don't know what to do with you. You cannot keep calling me. How the hell did you even find where I live? Oh, Mike looked shamefacedly. I guess maybe I, followed you home last night? What the hell? Sorry, Dan, I'm new at this. I really don't know how it works.
The Devil's Toy Box is an urban legend that savvier horror fans will recognize as the inspiration for the infamous Lament configuration from Clive Barker's seminal Hellraiser series. Though in reality, the box is not a toy at all, but rather a small room where the floor, the ceiling, and the walls are each composed of one giant mirror. According to the legend, if you stood inside this mirror room alone for too long, supposedly the devil would show up and steal your soul. In most versions of this story, he did so by flaying you alive. Now, I mention all of this because about 2 weeks ago, I got an email from an old friend, someone who is well versed in my sordid past, asking if I could help out their younger sister, an 18-year-old girl who we'll call Erin, located in northern Louisiana. The specific parish where Erin lives shall go unnamed for reasons that will soon become obvious. Like pretty much everywhere else, the place where Erin grew up had its own annual haunted house attraction that went up every October. The attraction was called Farmer Graves' Haunted Orchard, and in past years, it had been every bit as thrilling as the name suggested, which is to say, not very. So, for the previous Halloween, the owners decided to spice things up by building several new interactive installations, which included a windowless shack called the Devil's Toy Box. This shack housed the small room composed of large wall-sized mirrors. That's how Erin described it anyway. She had never been inside the toy box herself. Farmer Graves closed less than a week after opening, a result of the numerous people who had to be hospitalized after going inside the Devil's Toy Box attraction. Erin didn't get a chance to try out the box for herself before the closure, but she had heard countless stories about it from her classmates at school. Apparently, no one could last longer than 5 minutes inside the room. There was even a large timer set up beside the building that showed the current occupant's length of stay, under a second clock displaying the longest recorded time up to that point, which maxed out at just over 4 minutes before the attraction finally closed. The man who managed to last that long, a Roger Heltz, aged 53, father of 3, had been reduced to a wide-eyed mute. To this day, he still hasn't said a word. One woman suffered a heart attack just after 90 seconds inside the box. A 17-year-old boy had to be dragged out, kicking and screaming. The boy was from a nearby parish and hadn't gone to Erin's school, though her friend, Celeste, claimed her parents were friends with the boy's mom. They went to his funeral when he killed himself 2 weeks later. Whatever the truth of the matter, town officials were quick to act in getting Farmer Graves shut down. Now, of course, that didn't stop people from talking about the now infamous attraction, which they began to do almost immediately. And for the next month or so, it seemed like the toy box was the only thing on anyone's mind. It had become the stuff of legend, and of course, it didn't take long for the local kids to start venturing out to the orchard at night to see the box for themselves. Farmer Graves' haunted orchard was owned by a middle-aged couple named Will and Darlene Sawyer. When the town council ordered the Sawyers to shut the place down, they were pissed about the ruling. They left most of the attraction still standing, including the Devil's Toy Box. The actual orchard was on a plot of land located at the rear of Sawyer's property and was only accessible by a narrow 2-lane dirt road. One night, several seniors at Erin's school snuck out of the Sawyer's property on a dare and claimed they found the toy box's entrance padlocked. But then Will Sawyer showed up out of nowhere and asked them if they wanted to go inside. Will's sudden arrival had startled the young men, but once they realized that he wasn't mad at them for trespassing, and in fact seemed genuinely happy to see them, the guys decided to take him up on his offer to have a go inside the box. Of course, they chickened out as soon as Will unlocked the door, and it seemed to swing open on its own, like a hungry mouth at the sight of food. And that's how the rumors about midnight screenings at the Devil's Toy Box began to circulate. Most of the people who ventured out there afterwards claimed they encountered Will Sawyer after waiting beside the toy box for an unspecific length of time. A few even said that they went inside the box, but these claims were always dismissed as bullshit. No one came out of that box that was coherent enough to talk about it. Last week, Aaron's boyfriend, Troy, went out there with some of his idiot friends, and Aaron hadn't seen him since. His parents reported him missing, and Aaron even told the cops about the rumors surrounding the toy box, but they barely seemed to be listening. And now Aaron was going crazy wondering about Troy, and of course, she was hoping I would be intrigued enough by her story to come with her to investigate Farmer Graves, because she was too scared to do so by herself. Aaron's location was only a 3-hour drive from New Orleans, so I asked my friend Jason and his girlfriend, Gretchen, to take the ride with me. This way, I wouldn't feel so weird about driving all the way to see an 18-year-old girl that I didn't know. We rolled into town about 5 p.m. that Saturday and met up with Erin at the McDonald's, as she called it. I laughed when I first heard her say that and immediately felt like an asshole for thinking it was funny that Erin's town only had one McDonald's. Our meet and greet started out a little awkward on the account of all the stares we were getting from the rest of the restaurant. Then again, 4 strangers driving into town to meet a teenage girl at the McDonald's will do that. Thankfully, Gretchen was there to defuse the situation with one simple question. "Did you make that?" She was pointing at Erin's backpack, which was actually a stuffed doll that I recognized as Lumpy Space Princess from the cartoon Adventure Time. Only most of the stuffing had been removed, and a purple pouch had been sewed into it that sealed closed via a matching purple zipper. The straps were made out of old, retro-looking seat belts. Erin nodded, and Gretchen's jaw dropped. "Oh my god, will you make me one? Will you make me 2? Gretchen asked. "Sure, as long as you could provide the supplies," Erin said, laughing. "Deal." Gretchen was grinning ear to ear as she turned to face me. "You have to help this girl so that she can make me tiny, adorable backpacks." It was a little after 10 p.m. when we neared the end of the narrow dirt road that led to Farmer Graves' haunted orchard. We parked beside a tall wooden archway that designated the orchard's front entrance. I handed out flashlights from the small stash of them in my trunk, and then we started inside. The place looked about how I expected it to. A row of brightly colored plywood shacks lined the vacant field beside several rows of satsuma trees that had been covered in fake cobwebs and scary decorations. Each shack had a sign displaying the name of a different attraction. There was Horn Toss, which, judging from the illustration on its side, was a ring toss game where you tried to throw halos onto a demon's horns. There was Werewolf Bowling, which was anyone's guess, and my personal favorite, The Exorcist, which was a mounted squirt gun game that had several wood cutouts of Linda Blair's face as its targets. Cartoon water tanks were printed below each of the mounted squirt guns that were labeled Holy Water. The Devil's Toy Box was the last shack in the row. It was painted a bright fire engine red and the door, which made up one entire wall of the small structure, was padlocked shut. Someone had stacked a dozen or so rusted folding chairs against the side of the toy box. Erin grabbed one of the chairs and began to unfold it as she said, "Now we wait." "How long?" Gretchen asked. "It varies, but hopefully not forever." Erin motioned at the thick patch of wilderness to our left, and I turned to see a window glowing out there in the distant darkness. "You see it? That's the Sawyer house. They must know we're here." "And that's a good thing?" Gretchen's tone was tense, and she had a look on her face that said she just realized how much she didn't want to be doing any of this. Before Erin or I could answer, she turned to Jason and asked, "Baby, will you walk me back to the car?" Jason gave her an irritated look. "What? Why?" "Because all this just got too real. But you knew what we were coming out here to do, and I explained it to you in vivid detail." "Jason, please." "No, it's bullshit, Gretch. You do this every single time." "I know. This is the fucking Adventures sneak preview all over again. You know, I missed everything cool." "I'm so sorry." She battered her eyes and gave Jason an adorable frown Gretch had honed over many years of getting her way. Jason let out an exasperated sigh, and I handed him the keys to the car. "I'll be right back," Jason muttered. I pulled out a chair and took a seat next to Erin as we watched the beams from Jason and Gretchen's flashlights shrink off into the distance. A thought came to me just then, as if this didn't already resemble an episode of Scooby-Doo, but now we're splitting up. That's just asking for it. As soon as the words crossed my mind, we heard the crunch of approaching footsteps. Erin and I stood in unison and exchanged a panicked glance before turning to face the forest bordering the orchard. A middle-aged man with long, scraggly hair emerged out of the darkness and into the range of our flashlights. He was holding an electric lantern and wearing an open bathrobe over a dirty white undershirt and sweatpants. Will Sawyer was basically Vincent Price if he had starred in The Big Lebowski. He smiled and gave us thumbs up, and he said, "You here for the box?" "Sort of." Erin responded, and Will gave her a look like he had no idea what that could possibly mean. "Have you seen this guy?" I held up the photo of Troy that Erin had texted to my phone as Will started to approach us. He squinted at the picture. "Maybe," he said. "When was that?" "A few weeks ago. He was the one that went in the box. Most won't go inside anymore. Lasted almost 3 minutes, and then he ran off screaming." Erin let out a sharp gasp. "Ran off? Ran off to where?" Will pointed a thumb back at the dark patch of wilderness behind him and replied, "Well, into the fucking woods. Where the hell do you think he went? Well, I opened that door and he came shooting out, dick flapping naked from the waist down. Had his boxers on his head and his pants wrapped around his neck like a scarf. It was honestly pretty funny." Erin covered her mouth with her hand as her eyes began to well with tears. Will grinned and said, "Y'all want to see inside? We aren't here for the box," I said, stepping in front of Erin and glaring at Will. "Well, but it's so breathtaking," the man said as he gestured towards the toy box's wide door, which slowly swung open. The interior was shrouded in darkness, but I could still see something vaguely human-shaped moving around inside the box. "Run." I grabbed Erin by the arm and pulled her along with me as I sprinted away from the toy box. I could hear something chasing after us as we run back towards the orchard's entrance. And I say something because it certainly didn't sound like a person. What I heard weren't footsteps, but rather one long scraping sound, accompanied by a wet breathing that reminded me of a panting dog. Thankfully, Jason heard me screaming just as he and Gretchen reached my car. They turned to spot me and Aaron running towards them with identical expressions of pants-shitting terror. Jason must have caught a glimpse of the thing chasing after us too, because his own face went pale. He quickly unlocked my car and threw himself behind the wheel, screaming for Gretchen to get in. He hurried into the passenger seat, and the moment she buckled her seatbelt, he started the engine and accelerated towards us, closing the gap in a matter of moments. Jason slammed on the brakes as he neared, and the car screeched to a halt inches away from us. I went to open the back passenger door, but it was locked. So was Aaron's side. I banged my fist on the window and pointed down at the locking mechanism, and Jason mouthed, "Oh crap." He turned and scanned the door controls on the driver's side, looking for the master switch. The scraping sound was getting closer, but I refused to look back and banged on the window once more. A frustrated Jason finally leaned into the back seat and unlocked the door manually, but by then, it already had me. Now I could remember something dragging me back through the woods. I wasn't aware of much else beyond the vague impression that I had been stung by an insect with some kind of paralytic venom. I felt a rush of air hit my face as the door swung shut in front of me. Then the lights came on, and I realized where I was. Inside the Devil's Toy Box. The room's construction was actually pretty impressive. The floor was a thick sheet of transparent plexiglass layered over a mirror, identical to the ones that made up the ceiling and walls. With the door shut, the mirror on its other side was just as seamless as the rest. Thin fluorescent bulbs ran between the crevices where each mirror met the next, washing the room and its endless reflections in a pale yellow light. I made the mistake of looking down at the chasm of reflections below me, and I almost fainted. I shut my eyes and held out my hands, feeling for the nearest wall. I leaned against it while trying to force my head to stop spinning. Someone was whispering my name. "Joel?" I opened my eyes to see my reflection staring at me as it said, "You're his now." I let out a startled scream and I backed away from the mirror I was leaning against. Something was moving around behind my reflection. It was hard to see what it was at first, but something was climbing up through the corridor of my reflections, making its way towards me. As it got closer, I saw that the something was me. Well, not exactly. Its features were too blurred, as if this reflection of me had been so far back that its face had been reduced to a distorted mess. That was the Joel that was coming for me. I began to bang on the entrance wall, which felt padlocked into place. I let out a frustrated scream and finally turned to face the thing coming for me, only to find that my reflections had returned to normal. There was no longer a blurry me in the mirror. I let out a reflexive sigh of relief. A beat later, it emerged from the mirror beneath me, and it grabbed onto my legs. I woke up screaming and Aaron shot me a panicked look. We were still seated outside the toy box. "I'm sorry, I must have nodded off," I said. Aaron opened her mouth. She hesitated before replying. "I'm worried about your friends." I rubbed my eyes. "Why? How long have they been gone?" "A while, almost 30 minutes. I pulled out my phone to check the time, confirming what Aaron had said, and I sighed. "I guess we should go check on them." As Aaron and I started on the path back towards the entrance to the orchard, I nodded in the direction of the Sawyer house. "You think he's going to show up?" I asked. Aaron thought about it for a moment and nodded. I hope so. If not, then I don't know what I'll do. I glanced at her, worried that Aaron was about to start crying, but the look on her face was one of stoic acceptance. Just as I realized that I was staring at her, Aaron looked up at me and we exchanged a moment of awkward eye contact. I tried to play it off as quickly as I faced forward. It was then that I realized we had lost our way in the dark and had somehow ended up in the dense patch of woods that bordered the orchard. How in the hell was that possible? I scanned the surrounding wilderness with my flashlight, trying to get my bearings, but I couldn't locate the orchard or any of its accompanying structures in the darkness. And then, after a bit of what I thought had been backtracking, we found ourselves at the front steps of the Sawyer house. It was a rustic white 2-story, 3 if you counted its 6 elevated flood-proof foundation, similar to a lot of the homes in the area. The space beneath the porch was unlit and pitch black, and yet, staring into it, I could have sworn I saw movement under there as Aaron gestured at the house. Guess we might as well say hi, she said. Aaron started up the front stairs before I could even begin to mention the many ways in which that might be a bad idea, and, without hesitation, she knocked on the front door. Shit, I muttered to myself and hurried up the stairs to stand beside her. There was a tense beat of silence, and then from the inside came the sound of footsteps across hardwood floor. The door was suddenly yanked open, and a middle-aged woman with gray streaked hair and the brightest blue eyes I'd ever seen was standing there, glaring at us. This must have been Darlene. Y'all here for the box? She said, giving both of us a cursory scan. I experienced a moment of intense deja vu as Aaron replied, Sort of. Darlene leaned outside and glanced around. Well, you better come in then. Aaron and I exchanged the cautious look as the woman turned and started back inside, leaving the front door open behind her. Aaron responded with a shrug that said, Screw it, and then entered the house. As I followed her in and shut the door, I heard something rustling in the bushes outside. Would you like it, please? There's crap all over in these woods, Darlene said. The rustling sound grew louder as I turned the deadbolt, and it slid home with an ominous thunk. We followed Darlene into a den that reeked of weed as she gestured to a half-smoked blunt burning away in the ashtray. You can all help yourself, she said, gesturing to the blunt. She took a seat on the sofa and muted the large flat-screen TV mounted to the wall in front of her. Now, how can I help y'all? I cleared my throat and replied, We were told to expect a Will Sawyer. Is he coming? Well, he killed himself last night, so probably not. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I said. Yeah? So, how can I help you? Well, I held up my phone and I showed her Troy's pictures. We were wondering if you remember seeing this guy out by the orchard recently, I said. Darlene examined the photo. Well, not that I recall, but I never went out there much after the incident with the toy box. It's my fault that godforsaken room got built in the first place. And every time I see the thing, I want to fucking cry, she said. Erin tilted her head, her tone curious when she asked, It was your idea to build the devil's toy box? Darlene slowly shook her head. No, I was sick. I was really sick, and that demon or whatever Willie summoned told him he would make me better if we built a room of mirrors and got people to go inside of it. Well, if your friend went in there, I could tell you one of 3 things happened. He's either dead, catatonic in a hospital, or out in those woods. The ones that end up out there, well, something happens to them. Like when a pig gets loose and grows tusks. But if it'll help, You're welcome to look for him here. Here, as in your house? Aaron asked. Well, yeah. Darlene stood, slid her coffee table out of the way, and pulled the rug aside to reveal a crude hatch cut into the hardwood floor. Will brought a few of the ones that went in back home. I think he felt sorry for him. Anyway, he kept them down here. Darlene pulled open the trap door, and I was hit with a stench that was so potent. I didn't know how we didn't notice it when we were inside. It was the smell of human filth en masse. Darlene nodded at me. Y'all got a flashlight? I returned the nod and handed it to her. She switched on the light and aimed it down at the open hatch, revealing the upturned faces of 4 naked, emaciated men. Any of them look familiar to you? One of the men hissed at us. There was more rustling sounds from outside, and then something began to scratch at the living room window. Darlene glanced up at the window and said, You've got them all riled up tonight. How long were you two out there? And before I could respond, a filthy hand with impossibly long fingers reached up and yanked me down through the trap door. I woke up screaming. I was sitting outside the toy box, and Jason was seated next to me. He gave me a sideways look and said, You okay, dude? Yeah, sorry, bad dream. I was still reeling from my nightmare within a nightmare as I glanced around. Something felt off. Where are the girls? What girls? The girls, one of them being your girlfriend, Gretchen? Dude, Gretchen broke up with me like a month ago. You remember? Or is this something you're doing for your story? My what? Well, the story you're about to write. You're fudging the details, which you probably should. You gonna make up some fake reason why we're out here too? Some damsel in distress who needs you to investigate a derelict Halloween attraction? I mean, it's definitely a lot better than saying your depressed friend asks you to drive 3 hours to see some rundown shack in the middle of the night where nothing whatsoever happened, and then your friend shot himself. Wait, what? Jason slid the barrel of a handgun into his mouth and pulled the trigger. I was sitting close enough that the shot rendered me temporarily deaf. I stood and slowly backed away, my gaze fixed on the crater of blood and viscera that had been my friend's head mere moments ago, my own head ringing like a goddamn church bell from the large caliber handgun going off next to it. But still, I couldn't look away. Finally, I forced myself to turn and watched where I was going so that I could hurry up and get the hell out of there. As I started towards the entrance, I glanced back once more to give my dead friend a final parting glance, and halted when I saw that he wasn't there. Jason's blood and brains were still splattered across the front of the toy box, so I assumed that meant I hadn't imagined the whole thing. But the folding chair where he had been sitting was now void of his slumped, lifeless body. As I stood there trying to figure out where Jason's corpse could have gone, a stream of stagnant-smelling water splattered against the side of my face. I turned to see Jason's mostly headless body draped over one of the Exorcist game's mounted water guns. I'm not exactly proud to admit this, but I froze when I saw him, thinking that Jason had gone full-on undead zombie. Though after almost a minute of me standing there waiting for him to make his next move, I finally realized that wasn't going to happen. What I was seeing was nothing more than a dead body laying on a mounted water gun, which meant that someone, or something, was out there in the darkness, moving around a 160-pound corpse and propping it up on shit simply to screw with me. This was the realization that finally sent me running. I was in my '91 Jeep Cherokee and halfway down the unpaved dirt road back to the highway when the Cherokee hit a bump that dislodged something from its undercarriage. I pulled over and started to get out so I could take a look at what it had been, and that's when I realized I was once again looking at Jason's mangled body. Moving a grown man's corpse is one thing, but moving it and then wedging it up into a car's undercarriage in time it took to get me back to my Jeep, well, that's crazy talk. Now, I really didn't like to give this part much thought because the truth of it is kind of depressing. Real life Jason had been really depressed about the breakup with Gretchen, and I guess I should have seen it coming, but I didn't. And so I went back home and started to write it all down, just as Jason knew I would. I got about this far when I was interrupted by a knock on the door to my apartment. I opened the door, and I saw that there was a note taped to the outside. "There's a package for you in the lobby." It was about 11 p.m., and I was pretty sure the management at my complex had long since gone home for the evening, but I headed towards the lobby anyway out of sheer curiosity. I started down the steps leading to the first floor of my complex to see Jason's mutilated body leaning against the Coke machine at the bottom of the stairwell. Somehow, they had found me. I vaulted back up the stairs, seeing everything in slow motion as I sprinted to my apartment and locked the door. A moment later, the knob began to rattle as someone tried to turn it from the outside, and I was slowly backing away from the door when something big crashed through it, though it was no longer my front door but rather the inside wall of the toy box that suddenly buckled inward to reveal a familiar set of headlights. Jason had crashed my Cherokee into the side of the toy box. I spent 25 seconds inside the Devil's Toy Box. That's how long it took for Jason to run my car into it. Thankfully, the Cherokee was still drivable afterwards, and we promptly got the hell out of there. I dropped Erin off at her house with an apology, explaining that there was nothing else I could do. Honestly, I don't know what she expected from me. This isn't supernatural. If your boyfriend is missing, you call the cops. I'm going home. Do I feel bad that I couldn't help her? Sure. But for what it's worth, we disabled the toy box and probably saved countless generations of dumb kids from making the same mistake as Erin's boyfriend. The bad news is that doing so has almost certainly scarred me for life. Even as I sit here days later, writing this all down for the second time, I'm still worried that it's not over. I'm worried that when I wake up tomorrow, it's going to be in front of that godforsaken box.
My grandfather lives deep in the mountains. Many people there believe in myth, magic, and superstition. I didn't used to believe in those things, but now I know better. It's all true. It's Christmas time in the Appalachians, and the holidays are as big a deal here as they are anywhere else. That being said, Grandpa's had me busy for the last 5 days. On December 1st, as I lay sleeping off the leftovers of Thanksgiving turkey, which we'd been eating all week, Grandpa shook me awake and said we had to get started. I tried to roll over, telling him to let me sleep a little bit longer. He just shook me awake again and told me to get up and help him get the things from the attic. When I asked him what things, he looked shocked. The Christmas decorations. We have to make sure everything's ready for the season. Grandpa has always been a nut for Christmas time.
I can remember visiting my grandparents during the holidays and smelling the aromas of the season. Gingerbread, sugar cookies, Grandma's traditional fruitcakes, which she usually gave as gifts and tasted better than anything from the store, and the cinnamon smell of homemade cider. Grandma baked from November 22nd until January 5th, and our house always seemed to contain a pie, a cookie, or some other confection that she'd whipped up for the season. And while Grandma baked, Grandpa decorated. As we set it all up, I realized the Herculean effort Grandpa must have come into every year to make the house look as festive as possible. Garland was stretched on every eave, mistletoe hung in bushels, lights twinkled merrily, and the sounds of singing Christmas decorations, as well as the silent wooden Christmas decor, were everywhere. Some of you have asked me what Grandpa does with himself to keep busy, and I'm here to tell you that he's one of the finest woodworkers in the valley. He makes furniture, walking sticks, and many other pieces that he usually sells at the flea market, especially around this time of year. Even the most jaded child's eyes would often light up at the sound of a deer or a wolf that Grandpa had cozied out of a block of pine or spruce or maple, and many of the intricate decor pieces looked very homey amongst the singing horde of Walmart abominations. After a week of setting up plastic deer, hanging Christmas lights, and nailing garland around the house, I felt tired and a little scroogey. I'd already figured in my head that come the 1st of January, I was going to have to take this crap down and help him stow it again. Grandpa had thrown up half the Walmart holiday section and a quarter of the local hardware store's Holly Jolly aisle. I just knew that it would take weeks to get it all back up there, and the thought was making me testy already. I was hanging stockings from the fireplace when I heard the sudden chirp of a cricket. I jumped a little, not expecting to hear the sudden invasion of the insect. I hadn't heard a cricket since the cold front we'd had a few weeks ago. He was a big fellow, too. His body was coal black, and his legs were long and sinuous. He sounded off again, hopping a little closer to the crackling fire, and I reached slowly for the magazine sitting on the end table. This guy had clearly been hiding amongst the decorations, and I didn't want to have to deal with him until spring. When my hand met resistance, I looked back to see that Grandpa had caught the end of my magazine. "Don't do it, boy. It could be the worst mistake of your life." I gave him a strange look, but relaxed my arm. "Sounds like you have some experience with this kind of thing," I said, moving over to help Grandpa with the tree as he prepared to spin another of his yarns. Grandpa put a hand down for the cricket, and it seemed to come to him as though it knew him. "It was the worst month of my life, that was for sure," he began, putting the cricket on the shoulder of his plaid button-up and beginning his story with his usual flair. "'Twas the night after Thanksgiving, and all through our home no one was sleeping, because a cricket did roam. The cricket had been waking us up every night for 2 weeks. No one knew where he'd come from. Snow had come early to the mountains that year, and there was never a time when there wasn't at least a few inches on the ground after Halloween. A blizzard was coming, and the old-timers were predicting a feet of snow for Christmas. 2 of my cousins, John and Matthew, were staying with us for the foreseeable future. Their parents were up north and snowbound by a sudden blizzard. They'd sent a letter with some money and asked for us to look after them until they could get back. We were happy to oblige. Unlike Luke, they were good company. All of us were around the same age, 10 or close enough, and we spent our days in the yard building snowmen, having snowball fights, and sledding. It could have been one of the best Christmases of my life were it not for the cricket and what it brought with it. The cricket was still alive for 2 very good reasons. The first was that, as everyone in the Appalachians knew, a cricket on your hearth, especially at Christmas time, well, it's good luck. My grandmother said so, and my mother and father, not typically superstitious, also said so. Despite its chirping keeping us awake, my parents refused to kill it. They always held firm to the idea that the cricket would bring good luck, but I suspected there was another side to that coin. The other reason was just as simple. We couldn't find him. We suspected he was in the chimney, but he didn't seem bothered by the heat from our fireplace. My parents assumed he was in a crevice in the stonework, and that's why his chirps were so loud. His chirping would come vibrating down the chimney stack and quaver across the house so we could all suffer his noise. Then, one day, I suppose I finally had enough. It was late, the middle of the night, and the cricket had been sounding off every hour, a single loud chirp that would scrape across my consciousness like a razor and bring me shuddering awake. After 7 or 8 days of this, I was getting rattled, and the lack of real sleep was starting to make us all a little cranky. No matter how many pillows you put over your head, or how hard you stuffed cotton in your ears, or whatever you decided to do to block it out, the sound would shiver in your eardrums and bring you awake with jarring clarity. I'd gotten up to get a drink of water when I finally saw the little bastard. I was walking to the kitchen when I heard him chirp. I turned to look at the crackling fire, and I saw his tiny form dancing in the backdrop. He was just sitting there, warming himself and chirping happily. I reached toward the counter as my hand closed around the fly swatter, knowing I was about to end his reign of terror. I could hear my grandmother's voice whispering that I shouldn't, but my sleep-deprived mind only wanted one thing. I wanted peace. I wanted quiet. And above all else, I wanted to sleep. The cricket looked up at me, as though to ask me if it could help. His body crunched as I brought the swatter down on him, and for a moment, I just basked in the sudden quiet as I headed back to bed. The silence wouldn't last long, though. No sooner had I climbed back into bed, snuggling down and getting ready to sleep, than I heard it again. The merry chirp of a cricket. My eyes popped open, and I looked around my room for the source of the noise. The room was empty, filled with the shadows cast by the moon as it played amongst my toys and clothes and other objects hanging around. The chirp had sounded close, though, like it was in the room with me. It had been annoying before, but now it was so loud I could barely stand it. I was getting ready to hunker down, thinking I was just imagining things, when I saw a small black shape jump closer to the bed. It was framed in the moonlight, its antenna wiggling intently, and its shape was impossible to mistake. I covered my head with my pillow, burrowing under the quilts and blankets I'd piled on my bed to keep me warm. They did little to stop my shivering as I lay hunkered beneath them, unsure of what to do next. Was it following me? Was it a ghost? I'd left the cricket as a smear on the stones. I didn't know what to make of this new cricket, but its presence had definitely spooked me. When it sounded off beneath the covers, I jumped, scuttling backwards as I tried to get some distance between it and me. I could feel something on my face now, its pinchy feet scuttling over my lips and cheek, and I slapped my hands to my face, trying to swipe it away. It seemed to be one step ahead of my searching hand, though, and when I felt the legs touch my ear, I slapped at the side of my head hard enough to make my ears ring. Despite my ringing ears, I still felt the cricket slide into my head, and my horror made me shudder in silence. I felt the tears leak from my eyes as the sharp tweet of the cricket came from right inside my ear, sounding huge and deafening.
I didn't sleep a wink that night. I was too busy hearing the cricket as he chirped inside my head. I woke up groggy and scared, unsure if it had all been a dream or if any of it had actually happened. I stuck my finger in my ear and rooted, not feeling anything. The chirping was gone, and by the light of day, I could believe that it was all just a dream. I could hear people talking quietly in the living room, and I rolled out of bed, ready to start another day of fun. My cousins were up already when I staggered into the living room. They were sipping mugs of heavily doctored coffee and looking at the snow as it came down. As I stood watching the fresh powder fall, I winced when a sudden loud chirp blistered my eardrum. I was on the verge of hyperventilating, having to come to terms with the fact that it had indeed been real. My eyes felt like they might bug out of my head, and I staggered back a step as I clutched my ear. "What's wrong with you?" John asked, looking at me strangely. "Cricket," I said, putting a finger in my ear and shaking it. I felt nothing, and nothing came out, but I knew what I'd heard. "I know, isn't it great?" Matthew asked. "First good night's sleep I've had all week. I didn't hear the little bugger at all last night." "Me either," John agreed, and they clinked their cups together in celebration. I was glad they'd slept well, but it appeared my troubles were just beginning. The snow came down, piling high enough to cover Daddy's truck, and Mama was afraid that we'd all be snowbound soon. We had lots of supplies laid in, but with 5 of us living there 24 hours a day, the supplies were likely to only last a few weeks. We were just kids though, and while my parents worried about supplies, we played in the snow. I'd hoped that the cold might deter the cricket, maybe even draw him out, but I never felt him stir all day. What I did feel was his ear-piercing chirp at random times throughout the day. When I came inside later, I developed a slight twitch from the sudden and unpredictable chirps of the cricket. As the day persisted, my mother became concerned at the jumpy, twitchy way I was starting to act. The chirps were like an ice pick in my head, and I knew that I wouldn't sleep a wink that night. As I lay awake later, hearing a pair of crickets chirping at odd intervals, I remembered the crickets' chirps in the living room as a happy memory. The next week was a bit of a blur. I lived in a state of constant pain, and I don't think I slept more than a few minutes at a time. Sometimes the thing would chirp ceaselessly, making my head ring like the inside of a bell. Sometimes he would lure me into a false sense of security by not chirping for hours, only to chirp loudly just as I would drift off to sleep. Sometimes it would sound like one cricket, and sometimes it would sound like a whole swarm of crickets that hopped and chirped inside my head. By the end of that first week, I was ready for the funny farm, and I worried that my life would never be the same again. Luckily for me, Grandma came through again. After 7 straight days, the snow was halfway up the windows. It had been falling steadily, and a real blizzard was brewing outside. We'd all been kept inside as Daddy tried to keep the front door clear, and my cousins were ready or playing with toys as I slowly went mad. I was sitting in the corner, the twitching becoming worse by the day, and everyone had started avoiding me. I had deteriorated mentally since the cricket had gotten into my ear, becoming a prisoner in my own body. I shook. I made strange noises, and I seemed to cry endlessly. I'd seen a kid at school once that had fits, and he sat on the back and twitched just this way. I remember being scared that I would live like this forever, and I remember praying to God to help me get this cricket out of my head. As if in response, the door burst open,
and my grandma came in with a bundle of firewood under each arm. Grandma had come from her house to ours, and no one quite knew how she'd made it with 2 stacks of firewood. Mama had my cousins take the firewood and set Grandma by the fire. She didn't immediately see me, but her eyes grew wide and concerned when she did. She didn't say anything then, but she came to my room after my parents and cousins went to bed that night to talk to me. "What have you done, love?" she asked as I lay in bed. I turned my weeping eyes to her and stuttered out the whole story. I told her about the cricket, the constant chirping, the erosion of my mental state, and she sat nodding. I explained it through the chirping explosions of my head's house guest, and she seemed ready to weep with me every time I twitched. She took it all in, and when I was done, she got up and said she needed some things from her home. "It may take me some time to get the things I need, but I think I can remove this curse from you. Stay strong, love. I'll be back as quickly as I can," she said. For the next 3 days, I neither ate nor slept. Mama fussed over me, trying to get me to eat something. Daddy thought I'd gone stir crazy and told her to just wait and see if I snapped out of it. My cousins were curious, but ultimately grew tired of watching me lie on my bed and drool on my quilt. Inside my head, the crickets were the only ones who kept me company. Their chirping grew more erratic as time went on. I don't remember much about those days. I mostly just existed. Mama was getting worried about my grandmother too. "She just left out into the snow without a word," she said. "What happens if she freezes out there?" "Don't worry, Pook," my dad would say. "Mom's been living on this mountain for a very long time. She knows how to come and go without much fuss." I hoped, in as much capacity as I could, that he was right. Grandma couldn't get lost in the mountains, could she? I'd seen her navigate these hills with ease in any season. The thought that she could get herself lost was laughable at best. But the thought that a cricket could infest my mind had seemed silly too a few weeks ago. Then, sometime in the wee hours of the 4th day, I looked up and she was there. She picked me up as easily as a rag doll and took me through the dark house. The boards creaked sleepily and the snow patterned gently on the windows. I could hear the sounds of my family as they snored around us, and if they heard us, they never stirred. She took me into the bathroom, locked the door, set me into the heavy tub that had been Daddy's wedding present to Mama all those years ago. She poured in water, cold and fresh, as she opened her bag. She also had several buckets of lukewarm water, and I felt my skin break out in goose prickles as I lay there in the semi-warmth. "Hold still now, and don't interrupt me," she said, pouring in a packet of dried something. She sprinkled me with dust, with herbs, with salves, and even something that stung my eyes and made my skin tingle. She chanted as she did it, and I could see the flicker of flames as she spoke in her grandmother's tongue, as she called it. She spoke something long and musical, something deep and winding, and as I felt a wriggle in my ear, I sucked in a ragged breath. It felt like someone was pulling steel wool out of my head, and I gritted my teeth as I waited for it to be over. Suddenly, I heard a loud plop as it fell into the tub. I turned my head to look, but she hissed at me to be still. She likely knew what was coming next, but I was unprepared for the sudden torrent. My ears began to buzz, and my head felt like it might burst. I could hear the ringing of 1,000 different crickets, and I felt them pouring out and filling the tub. Their feet and antennae scraped at my ears.
Their shrill cries made me want to scream, and as they fell into the water, I heard them tweet as they drowned. My grandmother lifted me out suddenly, holding me close as the sounds of dying insects grew louder and louder. When it finally stopped, we cried together, and my ears were finally quiet. I looked at him, the firelight twinkling in his eyes as he came back from that long ago Christmas time. "So your grandmother cured you?" I asked. "Well, sort of. I've had a persistent ringing in my ears ever since, but the chirping was indeed gone. A few days later, and I was back to my old self, though I could still swear I heard the phantom cricket sounds for about a week after she took the curse off me." My eyes went a little wide then. "The cricket cursed you?" Grandpa nodded. It was all that Grandma could figure. The little critter had been killed needlessly, and instead of good luck, it had bestowed a curse instead. Grandma said I'd been lucky she came around. The crickets in my head would have eventually become too much, and I would have probably died or gone crazy. I looked back to the cricket, now showing a bit more respect. "So what will you do with that fellow?" I asked. Grandpa told me to follow him, and he took me back to his room. In his bathroom, the whole thing wrapped with a towel to keep the cold out, was a small mesh cage that contained about 5 or 6 sluggish crickets. They nibbled at potato slices, drank water from a dish, and hopped around the wood chips on the floor of the cage. Grandpa added his new friend to the cage and smiled at me as he closed the little door. "I'll take 'em to the woods when it gets warm, the ones who last the winter. I always release 'em come spring so they can bring luck to others next winter," he said. I hugged him then, glad he'd saved me from something similar to the fate he'd endured, and he patted my back happily. "Now come on," he said, after a few minutes spent listening to the crickets tuning up in their cage. "We have to make this place ready for Santa Claus. I met him once, you know. Did I ever tell you about that?" And as we went back to our decorating, he told me about a night in Alaska where he had indeed met the jolly old man himself. From all of us at Grandpa's cabin, nestled deep in the North Georgia mountains, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. May the crickets on your fireplace bring you luck in the years to come.
I'd instinctively noticed something wrong with the neighborhood for several days before my brooding focus lifted long enough for me to truly grow curious. Standing and walking out from the porch where I'd been sitting, I approached 3 children that were huddled around some sort of object. "What do you have there?" Immediately, the children dropped their object of interest and bolted. I scanned the street, but nobody else was around at this time of day. The object they dropped was a book. And that was the odd thing. I'd recently seen children walking around with half-hidden books, magazines, and even newspapers. That might have been normal in my day, but children today are more interested in their phones and video games. Why were they all walking around with artifacts of the written word? A Tale of Two Cities. I dusted it off, flipped it over, scanned the front and back, and opened it up. Nothing inside. Flipped to the first page. It was the worst of times, it was the best of times. It was the age of foolishness, it was the age of wisdom. I frowned. It was technically correct, but the phrases were out of order. "Hey, where did you get this?" The darting children rounded a distant corner without more than giggles and screams. Patience. I had it, and they didn't. I watched from the porch for the next several days, waiting for the right moment. It came without much fanfare. An older boy walked past with several of his friends in tow. None of them looked down the row of bushes in the yard that led to me. None of them were concerned by my presence. I followed them nearly a block behind. They did look back at several points, confirming my suspicions about a neighborhood secret, but I casually evaded their worried scans. They turned into the old Dotson lot, now overgrown with heavy brush, and I followed them beyond into the thick Virginia woodlands that lay untouched past the edge of our suburb. It sat right off the edge of an old trail, flanked by centennial trees. There was no weird device, no flaring engines, no fanfare at all. Just an odd and highly irregular oval of blurred space. Beyond sat a suburb street lined by houses. I actually wasn't too surprised. I'd had several days to think and guess, and what else could it have been but a portal to another dimension? Neighborhood kids weren't about to order books printed with strange malformations, but they would certainly trade around oddities from another universe. The boys ahead had disappeared into the vast breach, and I'd seen children acting oddly for weeks, so I assumed there was little threat from biological contamination. We'd have all been dead much sooner if there was any threat of that. I hadn't seen any suspicious activity at night. Best to be back at nightfall. The kids might have found out something about the behavior of the portal, and they'd probably spent weeks poking at it before daring to go through. There was every chance it disappeared at night, or maybe it changed destinations, stranding anyone on the other side. I hadn't heard of any missing children, so I guessed they'd taken the appropriate precautions. Peering beyond, I tried to notice anything out of the ordinary before crossing the threshold, but it looked like any other suburban town. I stepped through, noting no usual sensations. The bridge between dimensions seemed to be stable enough. The moment I crossed, I realized that there was a problem. The portal back was a 10-foot-long jagged oval, and it was sitting in the middle of the street. There was no commotion, no hubbub. No one had noticed a portal to another universe hanging around and blocking traffic. That meant that this portal was new to this location. This suburb was newly built and empty, or very old and abandoned, or everyone was already dead. Straining my ears to listen to the absolute quiet, I gradually began leaning towards the most grim analysis. The closest houses to the portals had broken windows. What time was it? A little past noon? The neighborhood kids had clearly begun systematically looting, but it was impossible to tell whether this was a new daily location or whether the portal only went here. And why had the portal been created at all? There seemed to be no significance on either end. I heard the older kids smashing about in one of the nearby dwellings, so I chose a quick direction, and I soon came to houses that had not been broken into. Carefully eyeing the vector of the portal's backwards emanation, I came to a split-level house that was unremarkable, except a hole had been carved out of one wall of a size that matched the expanding cone of the rift. A strong breeze at my back, I approached the repeatedly swaying front door. If it wasn't already closed by the wind, yes. The wood near the knob had been ruptured by someone who had been very desperate to either escape or get inside. I stepped across the threshold, only to crunch across glass. After clearing several corners of the living room and kitchen beyond, I backed into a safe area and looked up. As I'd guessed, every light bulb that I could see had been purposely broken. What had happened in this house? "I know you wrote it down," I said to the still and silent darkness. "You always do." As if in response to my cynicism, the darkness offered up a book sitting quietly among the shards of broken glass. Carefully picking it up and cleaning it off, I flipped through half of it, skipping past random illustrations and musings to find the most recent writings.
48, 65, 47, 185, 101, 84, very slight change between 99, 48 Jeffers, 62, 47, 45 seconds. Moves no sooner than 45 seconds. Check. First appeared at 2 a.m., 1 a.m., but slow. Hide. Break all light sources. Done. Wait. Write down everything. Teardrop stain. Something is outside our house. We're sitting now. Nothing more can be done. All we can do now is wait. We first noticed it somewhere around 1 a.m. in the morning. David came over right about that time, and he says he saw something weird with one of the neighbors' houses, but he didn't know what to make of it. Ryan and I were here house-sitting, but did not notice anything strange until 2 a.m. It began with an eerie sense of unease. We were in the basement watching a show on a laptop, playing cards, and David felt it too, and thought he heard something. We went to the windows. It was a very dark night. Clouds covered the moon. The backyard was lit only by 2 floodlights from the property across the way, and a very thick fog rolled across the long expanses of grass and brush. We saw a few lit panes in the house directly opposite ours, and through other windows we saw a few lights on in a neighbor's house. Something seemed off about the shared backyards. Something horribly and innately wrong, but it was impossible to say what. We went around the house, closing and locking every window and turning on every light. For a while, it made us feel safe. We clung low, peering out between the blinds, each of us trying to figure out why the backyards terrified us so. I had the strangest idea, before it even happened, that there was something wrong with the lights outside. I watched the 2 floodlights far off and to the left, and then I watched the lit window directly opposite us that seemed to be weirdly bulging and changing shape as I stared. Was it just a trick of the light? The crossbar seemed to be moving up and up and up until there was no way I was imagining it. We knew for sure when our neighbor 2 houses down came out to let out his dog. We heard it barking, and we rushed to the side windows, watching from total darkness. Ryan slid the window open just enough to shout, "Go inside, it's not safe," even though we didn't know for sure. A 3rd floodlight came on abruptly 3 houses down, an angled and bright light that usually lit up many of our backyards. The back porch light our unaware neighbor had turned on suddenly went dark. A strangled cry rang out, the dog squealed in horrible pain, and we slammed our window shut in terror. There was something out there. Ryan suggested that it was some large and fast-moving creature that had been lurking between us and the 3rd floodlight. David peered out the window, offering no ideas. I sat in a corner, trying not to hyperventilate. We'd been afraid, definitely, but there had been no proof until...
There.
David whispered.
It moved again.
We practically planted our faces against the glass. Our hapless neighbor's porch light was back on, and the middle of the floodlight across the way was out. Darkness dominated the space between our backyards.
What's its shape like?
Ryan asked, confused. David just shook his head as he peered intently at the night. To block out that high-set floodlight, the thing out there either had to be very tall or very close. Gasping, I pulled them both down just as the windows began to rattle. We hid in the corner beneath the window, not daring to move until the rattling stopped. Eventually, David peeked. As he did so, screams rang out from the house opposite ours. We peeked too, and we saw the weirdly morphing window had gone dark. All the other lights outside were on at full strength.
It's jumping from light to light.
David breathed, looking rather sick. We watched intently as his guess proved true. 1 light came on, another one out, and our neighbors within that light screamed in pain and terror and went silent. "Turn off all the lights," I whispered, my heart pounding. "We have to break all our lights." David stayed at the window and brought out his cell phone to call the police. Ryan and I hurried through the house, smashing light bulbs with shaking hands.
"I'm so sorry,"
Ryan said quietly as we met up in the back kitchen, now cloaked in darkness.
"I just wanted to hang out with you, and then..."
I touched his arm. "It's crazy, I know, but it's not your fault. There's stories, always stories." I remember our words because screams came from the basement, and we rushed through the house. Pitch black radiated from a rectangle on the floor, darker even than the non-light of the basement at night. I realized our mistake at the same moment that I saw half of David lying in silhouette on the floor. With all our lights broken, The entity had jumped to the glow of his cell phone. An expanding rectangular cone of utter darkness lined the space from the phone on the floor to the ceiling. Ryan and I froze, not daring to move. What was this thing? Could it see? Could it think? Was it aware of us at all? Time wore on, and every muscle in my still body began to burn to its limit. If we made no sound, if we made no movement, would we survive? As I felt myself about to break, light flashed by our windows.
Police!
Someone shouted.
Is there anybody back there? Identify yourself and step out.
A few moments later, the void was gone from our basement and blood-curdling screams echoed outside. A loud gunshot followed. Ryan and I plugged up all the windows with blankets and pillows as best we could, then huddled in the basement. I thought to peer out with just my eye exposed and watched the thing leap from light to light in search of more victims. 45 seconds. It never jumped sooner than 45 seconds since the last. It barely missed Mr. Jeffers, our neighbor, who I can see hiding in the basement next to ours. If it could have jumped sooner and gotten him, it would have. It revels in the play of light and dark outside. That is its strength. It needs light, but without darkness, it has no place to hide. We just have to get to morning and everything will be all right. The half of David that was outside the cone of blackness is starting to smell. 5 a.m. 6 a.m. Almost sunrise. Come on. Come on. No. No, it couldn't. I can see the sky lightning, but it couldn't. It couldn't jump to the sun, could it? Oh, God. We're gonna try to get it to jump to a cell phone again, then trap it in the laundry room. No windows, no escape. I'm so sorry.
Sorry for what? I would never know. I dropped the journal as the rest of it was blank. Moving further into the house, wary of unwarranted darkness, I quickly descended the steps into the basement. All the high and narrow windows within sat plugged by pillows and blankets, except for one. Half a rotting corpse lay decaying in one corner. Covering my mouth and my nose with my shirt, I moved in further. There it was, a single door, shut with no other means of access. That must have been the laundry room. I opened the door carefully, even though I knew the entity was already gone. A single rotting hand lay within, holding a dead cell phone. Gray cinder blocks formed the walls. A small beam of light filtered through a crack in the foundation. That was how the thing had escaped. You never really had a chance. I took a towel from a dryer and threw it over the remaining hand. The best burial these people would ever get. I left the house without another word and proceeded back towards the rift. Had the darkness entity somehow bored through the wall and opened the portal? Perhaps that was how it had arrived here in the first place. But if it had come to our world, it only entered straight into a cloud-covered forest at night, found itself without a light source, and evaporated on the spot. A miscalculation in the most ironic degree. Or so I assumed, since neighborhood children were playing with the rift instead of being annihilated. Or perhaps the rift on this side had gone somewhere else at the time. It was impossible to say, at least until tomorrow. I didn't normally entertain such grim thoughts, but I couldn't help but wonder, as I stepped back into my own universe, what it must have been like for the people in this world to look up and see their sun turning black, only to find themselves disintegrating a moment later. Friends, family, neighbors, all screaming in terror and confusion. The rest of the world slowly rotating into a lethal sunrise with nothing but silence to warn them. Curious, I thought I'd dropped this journal back at the house. Shrugging, I tucked it under one arm and began walking home. My thoughts bitter and brooding. Hopefully tomorrow the portal will go somewhere new, and I'll have something to occupy my time.